Hey Lena. Hey Lena. Hey Brooklyn Hood. What's good? Hello, hello, hello. Good. I guess I would say good evening, a good night to some of you who are on the East Coast. I am sorry, some things came up. I wanted to go live, and I just said, hey, I'm just going to go live anyway. There's a lot of information that is going on out here, and as I hear people uh, just muddle up, uh, create lies, speculate about things that they have no education or awareness on. I just thought that I would bring some new awareness to people to understand that this government shutdown has nothing to do with food stamps. No one is demanding anything about food stamps to reopen the government. This this shutdown is about something far more important because if you don't have any health, you're not eating anyway. This shutdown is because of health insurance. So all this food stamp talk, the the food there is an emergency food stamp uh, law. It is a law. It has been funded up to $5 billion. It takes $8 billion to completely supply food stamps. Uh, Now, by law, 4547 is supposed to disperse this this money for the month of November. So, if somebody is telling you anything else, we have a lot of misinformed people out here. So, I have been ringing the alarm about this administration, and the same people who are sitting up giving you misinformation about the shutdown of this government were the same people telling you why 4547 was a better candidate than Harris. Please understand that. These are the same people hopping up on panels talking about wrong shit that has nothing to do with you and how you're going to live your life. And it just really cracks me up. It really cracks me up when I hear dumb people talk about we know what to do. We gonna be okay. We always had it bad. Have we always had it bad? When this isn't our fight. We're most affected by this, but this isn't our fight. This isn't our fight. We know what to do. Do we know what to do, or did our ancestors know what to do and got up and fight to get you in a comfortable position, but you won't get up and fight for yourselves? I'm just curious. You are obligated to do more than vote every 4 years. You're obligated to vote in your local elections. You're obligated to vote in the midterm elections. You're also obligated to protest your government. Those are your obligations. But because your ancestors before you did it, you feel like, oh, you can just rest on your laurels of the gains that your ancestors have given you as you sit on your laurels as they're being snatched away and taken away. Are we serious? Are we serious at this time? I understand that ignorance is bliss. I do understand that. There's going to be a day when you're going to want to protest something. So just let me give some facts out. Let me actually give you some facts. Because this administration has more on its mind than just taking things away from you. Half of you guys don't use the things that were afforded to you anyway. Sitting up on panels talking about the government shutdown with a bitch who's proud that she don't vote. What's the point? What exactly? Where's the argument? Having dumb bitches up on panels who don't vote in any election, but take from every free thing that is given out by the government. Make that make sense. That was bragging about how much they were getting in food stamps during the lockdown. Make that make sense. Let me tell you, um, all of this that is going on right now is really just a band aid to make you look other places instead of what these billionaires have in store for this country as a whole. Why do you think they have built the largest prison ever made in the United States? Who do you think that's for? Because they're shipping out the illegals. Who do you think that's for? So you see that they have the money to damn near all totally uh, give people food substance. Disabled and children are going to be mostly affected. And you think that, oh, well, if you see somebody struggling, help them. You open your door when people are suffering and see what happens to you. You don't, half of you guys don't even know that we are living in real dangerous times because people who are at their least can do the most damage to you. You get enough people out here in the United States suffering and see what happens to you. Like that movie Obama did. Oh God, I always can't remember the name of this movie. Oh, oh, what is the name of that movie? It was on Netflix. They didn't have to shoot a bullet. They didn't have to do anything for Leave the World Behind on Netflix. See, they don't have to do anything. All they have to do is take your comforts away. And you guys act like, oh well, we know what it is. We haven't grown a a pea, haven't grown a head of lettuce, haven't grown anything, but all of a sudden you guys know so much. You guys know what it is to suffer. You don't even know how to survive for yourselves. And you think you're going to be opening doors for people who are desperately in need and starving. I ain't opening the door for nobody. I'm not opening the door for nobody. The only thing that only thing that I can give you is information, and what you do with it, that's on you. That is on you. Please. You know your neighbors. You do you really know your neighbors? You opening your door for your neighbors when so many people are surprised of what was going on inside their neighbors' homes. Oh, I didn't know they were abusing their children. I didn't know that they were doing all of this. But you're gonna open your door for people who are desperate. I think not. No, no, no. Now let me give you something that I feel that will actually help you. I'm going to drop the link for this. This is let me drop this link just in case. Just in case there is a uh, Declaration of martial law. I'm going to drop this in the link, some things that you may need to know that will help you survive. Hey, Fran, it has been so long since I've seen you. Just in case martial law is declared. Uh, you know that I have given you information that you would need to get you some safety gear for yourself. So you can't help nobody when you can't even help yourself. You can't help nobody when power grids go down. And you don't have YouTube to go to beg. I'm pretty sure cash apps will be blowing up from people sending cash app requests. But I'm sending you information that will have you ready if something happens. We saw what happened in the polar vortex in Texas because they have their own power grid. What happened? We saw how many people died. We saw people on YouTube begging for cash out because they had one piece of bologna in their refrigerator. Uh, okay, so you have to take care of yourself. I just really want you guys to understand that you have to fortify yourself, your home, your property, and your protection at this time. Uh, you see, they waited until October 20. I think it was October 20th or something to widely announce that they would not be giving food SNAP benefits for people who depend on it to eat. What type of warning do you think they're going to give you when they come to take everything? Because that is the plan. The plan is for the least of us to actually have nothing. So that is the link. Hey, second, thank you, Fran. Now, there was a story last week or so about how many black people in Chicago who had a concealed carry permit and a actual license for their piece who were being arrested. Being pulled over, declaring that they had the correct documentation and were still arrested by the cops. Them saying, "Oh well, it doesn't come back. It doesn't show. It shows that it's expired." And once they were arrested and put through the judicial system, none of these things were true. So they're trying to even take your Second Amendment rights from you by saying it's a glitch in the system. It's a glitch in the system. And for all of the people who say that they are ready in that form, do you understand what they did during COVID? They only allowed you to buy one case of 12 inserts that goes into this protection, one case per week, per day, however long they decide to tell you that you can only buy one little box of 12 inserts for your little protection. Do you understand that? How many of these people who sit up on YouTube all day long and talk about what I heard and what they said, and they told me this and they told me that? How prepared do you think these people are? How prepared do you think these people are? Do you know that they can prevent you from even putting anything into your protection if you don't already have it? So I think that people need to pay attention to the real world because all of this stuff that you guys are so invested in and are up on is not going to help you in the near future. I'm just giving you this information. Do with it as you choose, but I'm going to give you this information. So, first of all, I want to shout out all the people in Jamaica, the people in Haiti, and the Bahamas, and also Cuba, because they are really getting it bad out there. Now we don't hear. I haven't up until I haven't watched the where this storm is projected to hit. I haven't seen where in the United States this storm is projected to hit. But we know the last time we had a damn near just rain, not even a hurricane, just straight up rain. There was no information given out uh, to the people. So let me uh, first of all update you on what is going on in these hurricanes. If you guys don't know, uh, let me share this with you. Here we go. Pray for Jamaica. This is the latest update about what's going on in Jamaica, and I will share this with you. Uh, After the storm has passed, they're looking for people. Um, it's widely destroyed. I haven't heard what's going on in Cuba. I hear that this storm is sitting over these islands for a extended period of time. You know why? Because these Republicans don't believe in global warming. There is a report out that for the first time in history, I think it's in Iceland, that they have found mosquitoes because routinely there has never been a time when mosquitoes have been in Iceland because it has always been too cold. But there's no such thing as global warming. As your president is shutting down and defunding all clean energy acts and talking about uh, doing doing a actual war on Brazil, the oil there. When the Venezuelan president already has told him that he can have whatever he wants. Your president has admitted that the Venezuelan president told him he can have all the oil that he wants. He can have whatever he wants. But your military is about to go on ground in Venezuela to take their oil and to put in a sham government. They're saying that they're going to have Eric Prince actually be over Venezuela. Why? For this oil that is warming our planet, and as they pretend that there is no such thing as global warming. Make any of this make sense? Let's see what's going on in with this storm.
We begin tonight here with Hurricane Melissa, the monster storm causing widespread destruction across the Caribbean, slamming into Jamaica as a Category 5 hurricane. Families tonight telling us they were clinging onto parts of their homes to survive this storm. Melissa, the strongest storm on record to ever hit Jamaica, winds up to 185 miles per hour. Communities underwater, roads blocked, houses destroyed. More than 70% of the island tonight without power. And what our team discovered there when they made their way to some of the hardest hit areas. Hotels and resorts heavily damaged. Some tourists riding out the storm, posting online the video and calling the scene, quote, catastrophic. At this hour, Melissa, still a Category 1 hurricane, now slamming the Bahamas. Lee Goldberg is standing by with the track tonight, and ABC's Ike Ejiochi with the scope of the devastation. He's been in Jamaica from the start.
Tonight, after slamming Jamaica with 185-mile-an-hour winds, the death toll is rising across the Caribbean, and Melissa is still a powerful hurricane on the move. Search and rescue missions now underway across Jamaica. We made our way from Kingston to hard-hit St. Elizabeth Parish slowly, the roads covered with rocks and debris. The parish taking a direct hit, and Melissa came ashore like no other hurricane before it, cutting across the country like a buzzsaw. Video from police forces in the town of Black River shows residents taking refuge at their station. Authorities say they found at least 2 bodies here amid the destruction. In hard-hit Santa Cruz, where torrents of water rushed through the streets Tuesday. This is what's left of the St. Elizabeth Technical High School. The roof all but completely ripped off. Storm chaser Jonathan Petramala finding residents that rode out the storm, some telling him they literally held on for their lives.
So you had to you climbed up during the hurricane onto your roof to nail it down so it wouldn't blow away.
Yes, so it wouldn't blow away. And I see other people resident in my area, their roof lift off, church, everything. So there was a team of us out there trying to help other people also.
Some 25,000 Jamaicans are in shelters, and some 25,000 tourists are stuck on the island. RJ Smith shooting this video from his hotel as he rode out the storm in Montego Bay. There's destruction across the Caribbean in Melissa's wake. In Cuba, some 750,000 people remain in shelters. Officials in Haiti reporting at least 25 deaths so far. David, the town of Santa Cruz is completely devastated. A wall of water and rock came rushing through the town, covering everything. Getting back to normal is going to take months. David?
And that vehicle just buried there, Ike. We sure do appreciate it. Let's get right to Chief Meteorologist Lee Goldberg from WABC, still tracking this hurricane tonight, and of course, the other storms.
Now understand, all of this is going on. All of this heavy hurricane is going on and sitting on islands for extended periods of time because the ocean is so warm that it is creating steam that is making these hurricanes that much stronger. While the United States military actually have aircraft carriers, rescue helicopters, all of this stuff. Have you heard about us sending any rescue? We're sitting right there in the Caribbean Ocean talking about attacking Venezuela for more crude oil. Do you hear? It's not a big amassment of American warfighting ships. Do you hear anything about them sending any help to these islands, these black islands? No, you hear absolutely nothing. You hear about them a stage in the area and doing absolutely nothing to help these black people. As they seek to overthrow a brown government for more of the oil instead of financing clean energy. So we will stop having these types of storms. So these types of storms will not get as large as they are. No, you don't hear anything about any rescue of these brown and black people on these islands, as we have billions of dollars worth of war fighting equipment actually in that region. Okay. So I just wanted to share that with you, just in case you were unaware. Hello, viewers of you. Hey, Jackie Games. It is good to see you. I just wanted to share that. I have a couple of more links. All of the links are in my description box. A viewers of you. If you missed my last link, I'm viewers of you. You may have missed that last link because I am unable to send this to you. Um, this is a, let me get it again. This is a book that will show you what to do if martial law is declared. Let me show you a little clip of this. I will show you a little clip of this, and I am going to drop the link in my description box. All of this, we know what to do. We gonna have feed each other and all of this shit and all this dumb shit. We gonna open our doors and we gonna feed our neighbors and all of this. Why? Because you have nothing else to contribute because you're unprepared, because you're so concentrated on bullshit that does nothing for you and how you live your lives to help you save your lives. And but people who give information, trust and believe. I peep the game and I know exactly what the game is. But I'm doing me. Here is the information. If you want it, if you need it, let them motherfuckers open the door and get busted in the head by people who are desperate to survive. Let it be them. This actually tells you how to make it appear that there is no action, no activity in your home, so your home won't be busted in. See, they think that this is a game. These people really think that this is a game out here. And so therefore a lot of them will take themselves out, but from being dumb. So there's the link. I'm gonna share uh, a little piece of this. Uh, uh, People are actually out here talking dumb shit because they want to believe that they know everything, and I've been around, haven't fought for a goddamn thing. All of the shit that your ancestors fought for has been taken away. So let me share this link with you with the sound. Here we go. All of the stuff that you think that you have ease and comfort with, no, baby, that's been taken away. You better learn how to take care of yourself while you talking about what we did as a people. Half of you motherfuckers ain't did shit as a people but take.
I can definitely show you that. Here it is. The first thing you should do if martial law is declared. Step 1, verify multiple sources. Step 2, define the area. Step 3, learn the rules. Step 4, communicate. Step 5 is lockdown. Step 6, hide valuables. Step 7, watch the watchers. If there's a major crisis or blackout, you're going to want to have this book handy. How to make a 3-month food stockpile. How to communicate in a blackout. A couple items to have on hand. Stay off their radar. How to stop them from tracking you. How to make your property litter-proof, and what you should do if neighbors or friends come asking for food. Joe Lambert wrote this book, and he's a Navy SEAL of 10 years. This is a Navy SEAL's bugging guide, how to turn your house into the safest place on earth. This book is so valuable that every household needs to have at least one copy. I'm gonna have this book linked so you can grab your copy. I can definitely show you that. Here it is. The first thing you should do if martial law is declared. Step 1, verify multiple sources.
Okay, so I dropped the link for you there. I hope you guys. I hope you guys do something with it. You know, that's all I can offer you because I plan on doing smart things. I don't plan on being a dumb bitch out here because Lemon is drinking so much this and that, and I had to be on point in what happened in the beef sector. What are the people going to do when these billionaires decide that they are going to do what they want to do with you? See, because everybody think that they are a part of something. The actual ignorance talking about YouTube is a business. Yes, YouTube is a business, but it ain't your business. It ain't your business. It is a platform that is lent to you. Not no, it's rented to you. Because if you make any money off YouTube, they are the ones who are taking their rent out of the little AdSense check that they allow you. See, it's not your business. YouTube is owned by billionaires. So, what happens when YouTube decides to do something different with their business? You are the one who is trying to comport yourself to what they expect of you, so you can get chump change. While you talking about it's a business, it's $1 billion business. So how do you fix your little $100 mouth to talk about what type of business YouTube is? I'm waiting. I'm really curious about this. What are you doing to say, oh, YouTube, what did I do? How can I make it right so I can get back on YouTube and beg for money from people as if I'm giving them something that is going to enhance their lives? Or give them a bunch of bullshit because I'm petty. I like bullshit. I'm petty. You have a whole motherfucking way to share with your people. You to share information with your people. And what are you guys doing with this business? You're doxing and trying to embarrass people. And when you get nothing embarrassing to embarrass the people, you got a bunch of motherfuckers, a bunch of hating motherfuckers who like, oh, we don't go over there no more. I don't go over there no more. I go, he's more entertaining. They're more entertaining. I'm going to go to people who is trying to profit off of people's embarrassment and misery. Bitch, I have not been embarrassed about nothing. See, the motherfuckers who tried to do this little doxing campaign on Ronnie Q, let that sink in. What did they tell you about Ronnie Q? Absolutely nothing that Ronnie Q that they have proven about Ronnie Q. And if that whatever they said was proven about Ronnie Q, where's the embarrassment? Where is the embarrassment? But look at what they have to contribute to the world. Look at what they're contributing to you. A bunch of bullshit and begging. Bullshit and begging. Okay, so let me let you kind of understand where we're gonna move with this commentary on today. Let's get into it. I really want you to understand what I have introduced you to Peter Thiel every which way but Sunday. And what is it called? Speaking of FEMA, I have speaking of this storm, I have a clip about FEMA aid I want to share with you. Before I get into the real stuff that I'm going to talk to you about.
Federal government to punish. We have some disturbing breaking news. Donald Trump has now been caught red-handed doing what many of us predicted he would do if he got back into power, which is to use the federal government to punish his enemies and advantage his allies, specifically by way of FEMA. This is all over Twitter now. There's reporting on this, and we have to talk about it. The Trump administration approves FEMA aid for Republican states, denies Democratic ones after storms. The Trump administration approved major disaster declarations for Republican-leaning states, including North Dakota, Nebraska, Alaska, Missouri, and Arkansas, providing federal funds for storm and flood recovery in affected counties. In contrast, requests from Democratic-led states, Maryland, Vermont, and Illinois, were denied despite verified damages exceeding $33.7 million in Maryland's western counties, which largely supported Trump in 2024. Emergency experts note this pattern raises concerns about FEMA's nonpartisan mandate under the Stafford Act, as denied areas face recovery without federal assistance. So this is the Grok-produced summary of the Twitter trend, because everybody's talking about this. This is trending on Twitter thanks to recent reports. And we should dive into the reporting now. This is from MSNBC. Trump approves disaster declarations for red states as blue states go without. Quote, Donald Trump and his administration have politicized disaster relief, one governor said. Quote, and our communities are the ones who will pay the price. This is an article by Steve Bannon. It takes an awful lot for congressional Republicans to express dissatisfaction with Donald Trump and his team, but the president's administration has been so slow in approving disaster declarations that even GOP lawmakers aligned with the White House are sick of it. Trump published an item to his social media platform Wednesday afternoon, announced that he'd personally approved $2.5 million in disaster aid for Missouri. Ordinarily, that wouldn't have been especially notable as a national news story, but the context matters. Trump's online statements didn't just announce relief funding, it also emphasized the number of times he'd won Missouri's electoral votes, as if there was some kind of connection between his political support in the state and his eagerness to provide disaster aid. The Republican went on to reference, quote, the incredible patriots in the GOP stronghold. Just 1 minute later, Trump published a follow-up item touting his approval of $15 million for Nebraska. The minute after that, he added a third missive announcing $25 million for Alaska, quote, which I won big in 2016, 2020, and 2024, he wrote. Trump's apparent eagerness to draw overt and direct connections between disaster relief funds and political considerations was ridiculous.
Now he's actually letting you know that he's doing it for these reasons. So understand that California is the fourth largest economy in the not the state and not the country in the world, and they are denying these blue states FEMA money. So and it is going hush hush. I think that there was a flood in Maryland. They denied the money for the flood, and then they actually went back to them and uh, made a claim of protest for the denial, and then they were denied again. Um, in Alaska, we remember Susan Murkowski. She was afraid, and she was crying in front of her constituents that she was afraid to speak up. But when it came down to this big beautiful bill, and if she would be the last vote to pass that bill, what did she do? She sided with the Republicans, and she did some carve outs for Alaska, allegedly, and she had to look out for her constituents when they asked her, how did you vote on that bill? Now, understand, if she had not voted on that bill, they had to bring in J.D. Vance to get that bill over. So she said that she was looking out for her people. However, when her people were inundated with a horrible storm, her people, a whole community of people died in a flood, were flooded out. There was no FEMA help that came to rescue her people on time. But that don't matter. But none of that matters. You know why none of it matters? Because the only thing that matters to these elected officials is their access to power and their ability to live in Washington D.C. and be in the company of writing off breakfast, lunches, and dinners and drinks and all of this stuff. That's the only thing that matter to these elected officials. As we are on this government shutdown, as people who have been furloughed, not even counting the ones that have been fired, while they're not getting a check, your Congress is still getting paid, and they have been off for 5 weeks straight. 5 weeks straight, and they're still collecting their paycheck. Still. Now, I forget who it was. They have, who was it? I think it was Rick Scott of Florida. The Senator Rick Scott from Florida has put a bill on the table that while there's a government shutdown, that Congress should not collect the check as well. Belatedly today, after they have actually, it's not like they have been on the Hill working. No, the Speaker of the House has told them not to even show up to work. Wouldn't it be nice to not even show up to work and continue to collect the check? As people, children, old people, disabled people, people who are poor will not be able to eat next month, and y'all want to celebrate Thanksgiving. Y'all want to celebrate Thanksgiving. Remember what Thanksgiving really is? Thanksgiving really is when the Native Americans will help these motherfucking people who colonize America to survive the winter. That's what it's about. They couldn't survive here, but they want you to believe that they built up this country, that they are the ones who built up this country. And as they, in the month of Thanksgiving, they're starving out the poor. Now, imagine if the Native Americans had starved out the colonizer. Make any of this make sense? Okay. Let me see. I think there's a little more in this.
But it was only part of the larger problem. The Associated Press reported Trump approved major disaster declarations for Alaska, Nebraska, North Dakota, and Leech Lake Band of Ojibwe in late Wednesday, while denying requests from Vermont, Illinois, and Maryland, and leaving other states still waiting for answers. The disaster declarations authorized the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, to support recipients with federal financial assistance to repair public infrastructure damaged by disasters, and in some cases, provide survivors money for repairs and temporary housing. The AP's report added that the White House denied 4 requests, including Maryland's appeal for reconsideration after the state was denied a disaster declaration for May flooding that severely impacted the state's 2 westernmost counties. Trump lost Maryland by 29 points last fall. The state's Democratic governor, Wes Moore, described the denial, quote, as deeply frustrating, adding in a written statement that, quote, President Trump and his administration have politicized disaster relief, and our communities are the ones who will pay the price. Around the same time, Trump also denied a major disaster declaration for Vermont, a state he lost by 31 points, which suffered significant flooding damage in July. It would be easier to see this as a coincidence if the Republican administration had been otherwise even-handed in dealing with red and blue states. But given the obvious fact that it has not, it makes these latest decisions even more difficult to defend. And it has hyperlinks to defend the claim itself. It has not. Here, let's pull some of these up. Let's see. Trump targets Democratic districts by halting billions during the shutdown, right, which is what he's threatened to do. White House pauses new round of largely blue state projects. As White House targets blue states, Democratic senator condemns mafioso tactics. So again, he's right. This is part and parcel, not just with respect to FEMA funding, but federal government assistance, period. Quote, Trump seems to see Democratic states and the people in them less as constituents to which he has a larger set of larger obligations and more as enemies to be pacified and defeated, the New York Times' Jamel Bouie recently argued. Quote, for Trump, there is no whole people of the United States. There
Oh, Lord.
are only his people and his states. It's pretty gross, guys. It really is. Steve Bannon, the writer of this article, was interviewed by the New Republic about it. We're going to read some of this. In recent days, Trump has approved millions and millions of dollars in disaster aids for a number of states. He also denied disaster aid to a number of other states. You'll be shocked to hear that the states that got aid voted for him in 2024, and the states that didn't get aid did not vote for him in 2024. In the process of trying to screw Democratic states, it appears that Trump has also screwed at least 2 counties that heavily voted for him. This captures something essential about MAGA. Trump's agenda is often sold to his voters as explicitly as something that will hurt Democrats, but it's also been hurting them. And I really want to focus.
And I want to focus on this screen that I just put up. The number of people who are losing their jobs. Not now. You see, Meta 600 employees. This is the immediate. We understand that Amazon said that they are going to replace 600,000 jobs with AI. One of the ways that they are doing it, they are canceling contracts. These people who drive around in the Amazon vans, they do not work for Amazon per se. These are workers that are contracted out. You go to Amazon and say, hey, I want to cover this region. They tell you how much it's going to cost you, how much your insurance is. And a lot of these people have lost their contracts to be delivery drivers. A lot of these fulfillment plants are going to be closed via that technique. Remember, Amazon used to use the United States Postal Service, UPS, and FedEx to deliver their packages until there was a kerfuffle, I believe it was in 2008, where their guaranteed packages weren't delivered on time. And then they decided to have their own drivers, but they did not want to pay their drivers a living wage. They did not want to give their drivers insurance. Thus, many of the drivers are on Obamacare and some of them are on Medicaid. You know how they say the lazy people are going to have to get a job to be on Medicaid. That's why they made so many cuts to Medicaid, and the ones that are allowed to get Medicaid, they're going to have to do X, Y, and Z to prove that they are on Medicaid. The workers at Walmart who are not offered an insurance package, who are also paid so poorly. These schedules that they allow to give you a right 1 hour less than a full-time employee. Therefore, they do not have to offer you insurance because you're 1 hour short on every schedule. These check in and see every day what your schedule is. Your schedule is not written out for the week for them to make sure that every employee is under the 40 hours a week. Therefore, they must get health insurance. See, they don't talk to you about the shit that these billionaires are doing to fuck you. But they want to blame you for being so poor that the only health insurance option you have is Medicaid. So is anybody going to talk about this? These are all of the people who are fired this month, right now, at this time, right before the holidays. And nobody's saying shit about these people. These employees who are newly unemployed. So the link is in my description box. Please avail yourself to it. So let's get down to where I am going with this today. I'm just gonna try to give you some new information. Let me share this with you. Rachel Maddow. She's gonna introduce what we need to watch out for. And I'm going to show you some more things that we may want to watch out for.
It probably should come as no surprise that the Trump administration is trying to give themselves all sorts of new, very intrusive powers against American citizens who might want to protest against them. And this is a subject that I think there is a real media challenge in terms of conveying the seriousness of this stuff. And I have struggled with myself. This is a story that I care about a lot. I think it's hard to convey. It's hard to get people to picture exactly the risk here. Not too long ago, a couple years ago, I wrote the introduction to this book. It's called Pegasus: How a Spy in Your Pocket Threatens the End of Privacy, Dignity, and Democracy. I did not write this book. It's an excellent book. It's written by two amazing, investigative, award-winning journalists from France. I wrote the introduction to that book, though, because I've been basically standing on my head, contorting myself, trying to figure out a way to do this story, how to make it make sense to an American.
How to make it sense to people who are so engulfed in nonsense. How to make it make sense that your federal government has given ICE the freedom to bug your fucking phones. The ICE, who's supposed to be getting undocumented immigrants out of the country. ICE has been given the freedom to turn on your phone whenever it wants to go through any and every contact note, pin date in your phone, to turn on your camera without you knowing it, to actually turn on a microphone, to actually record you with your own phone or computer. If you did not know that, this is what ICE has been given the ability to do. But let's go deeper.
Audience that we need to watch out now in this generation today. We need to watch out for a kind of authoritarian surveillance technology that was never, ever available to authoritarian regimes in the past, but is available to authoritarian regimes now. And in our time, this technology has been sitting on the table like a loaded gun, waiting for a would-be dictator to come to power in America and use it against us. You may remember when the Washington Post columnist and longtime Saudi journalist Jamal Khashoggi was kidnapped and murdered. You may remember the salient detail that they cut up his body with a bone saw. Responsibility for Khashoggi's murder has been laid squarely at the feet of the Saudi government. The tactical means by which they got to him has in part been laid to a piece of spyware. Cell phone spyware called Pegasus. It's spyware that infects your phone. They target your phone. You don't have to do anything wrong to be infected with it. You don't have to click on anything or do anything. They infect your phone with this spyware without you ever knowing it. Your phone shows no sign of it. And once they have infected your phone, they get access to everything that is on your phone and everything that you do with your phone. They can access its location at any time. They can turn on the microphone to hear what's happening where you are. They can turn on the camera to see you and what's around you. They can see all of the photos on your phone, all of your contacts, all of your messages, all of your notes to self, everything, even stuff that you might think is encrypted. It's not encrypted when you look at it on your phone. If you can look at it on your phone, they will have it. People close to Jamal Khashoggi were found to have been targeted, to have had their phones targeted with Pegasus software before he was murdered. Pegasus has been used to target opposition politicians and activists and lawyers and journalists all over the world, some of whom have subsequently been assassinated by despotic regimes. When this kind of a spyware surveillance tool emerged as a favored weapon for authoritarian governments and murderous dictatorships around the world, the Joe Biden administration banned the U.S. government from ever using that particular spyware or anything like it.
Oh, but you will not hear about Joe Biden. This is Joe Biden's fault. You're not gonna hear anything. Has this been announced? Now they have announced that they are getting rid of all of the high level people in ICE since the head of ICE Bongino has been called in by a court for not following the court's directions that they are not supposed to use agents to tear gas, pepper balls on non-violent protesters, and he was to show up in court every day after he ignored the ruling. She said, the judge said, do you think that I don't see what is still going on? And she demanded that he comes before the court every morning. And what happened? They appealed it, and a appeals court judge allowed the appeal. So he didn't have to show up today. But it's a temporary injunction. But I thought the Supreme Court said that their temporary injunctions are no longer valid. But he got when the Homeland Security wanted an injunction, all of a sudden, regardless of what the Supreme Court says, there is an injunction of him showing up, of hurting people who have the right to non-violently protest. So this injunction, if you ain't been following what is really going on in the world around you, all of a sudden he don't have to show up before a court. And then all of a sudden this morning there is going to be a reorganizing of all the head people in ICE in every city. They are going to be taking away the people in certain positions, and you would think it was because they got busted. No, they're not taking them away because they got busted. They're taking them away because they say that they are not doing the job quick enough. You remember me talking about Curtis Yarvin. If you don't remember me talking about the anti-Holocaust denier, the Holocaust denier, Curtis Yarvin, he said that he is leaving the United States because they are not doing what they need to do quick enough, and he's afraid that something may happen to him. This white nationalist is afraid that something may happen to him. But you would think that they are taking the lead people over all of these different states away because of the job that they have been busted doing by courts. No, they are about to accelerate this. If you have not been paying attention, Pay attention, because we have under this ICE regime, we have seen many black people slammed on the ground, asked for their papers, and what papers would a United States citizen be bound to walk around with? So is this Nazi Germany? Is this Nazi Germany that you have to walk around with papers to prove that you are an American citizen? Well, how come there hasn't been any memorandum or announcement about that? But we have seen that this has been happening to black people, and understand that they are about to amp up this ICE operation. Okay, so this injunction against this Brambino person, I think it's a 1 or 2 day injunction, and then he will have to go back before the court unless they get a higher court. This administration is good. Well, no. If it's a 2 day injunction, they would have to then take it to the Supreme Court for the Supreme Court to hear. And isn't it miraculous that the Supreme Court always it's a gang of shit before the Supreme Court. There's only so many cases they can take per year. But isn't it wonderful and marvelous how they can take all of these fucking complaints that are brought by this administration and rule on them within a day without any arguments taken? Without any of the normal arguments for and or against this case, and actually bringing out a brief on how they made their decisions. Some of these decisions have been made without any notes or any brief. They just make a decision. Now that was on the docket where the Supreme Court wasn't in session, that they were taking them when they weren't even in session. So now that they are back in session, are they going to continue to do the same shit for this administration? Because understand, the Supreme Court wants this to go down this way. So let's get now. Biden said that they are no longer able to use that type of spyware. But then who gets into office and overturns it? Now, if you Pegasus, that is a they say that this is an Israeli spyware. Now, we are sure, if you watch my show, that Palantir was implicit in working with the Israelis to identify where Palestinian civilians were hiding, and using a drone to go in and kill these people in their hiding places. Are we clear on that? If you're not clear, let's get clear. If we are not clear, we understand that the Israeli used some type of spyware that they had in beepers of I forget who it was. I don't know if it was Hamas leaders or some other leaders. They weren't even in Palestine. They were in all different parts of the country, and the beepers went off, and the beepers blew up and killed them and some innocent people around them. Do y'all remember that? Do y'all remember that happening? Do you remember that happening? That Okay, so this is who. This is the spyware that's used by these people that is they're using in the United States. Do you think there's not going to be a problem when they don't even give a fuck if motherfuckers eat when they got the money to pay them to eat? Come on.
Well, then Donald Trump was elected, and the Trump administration has now quietly reversed that ban. And indeed, they have now contracted with a company that makes exactly that same kind of spyware as Pegasus. And which part of the Trump administration is using it? Which part of the Trump administration has been given this surveillance tool? ICE. And are they using it just against immigrants? Yeah, right, as if. Headline in the Washington Post. ICE amps up its surveillance powers. ICE's acting director says the agency will deploy its elite investigative officers to probe anti-ICE protest networks. Former officials have expressed concern.
So you see, the Washington Post, owned by who? Jeff Bezos, says they're targeting immigrants and Antifa. There is absolutely no such thing as Antifa. But Jeff Bezos, the third richest man in the country, want to read his newspaper as a factual place where you are supposed to get real information, and says they are targeting Antifa, a non-entity. Antifa means anti-fascism. That is what it is. It is a idea. It is not a group. So this is what Jeff Bezos has written in his paper. Let's continue. I just want you to be clear on this.
That ICE now has a green light not only to monitor immigrant communities, but also to carry out broad surveillance of Americans, exercising their First Amendment right to oppose government action. U.S. citizens who may not themselves be suspected of crimes. According to the Electronic Privacy Information Center, quote, "We don't know if law enforcement or ICE are even getting search warrants to deploy this software." Paragon, the company that makes this version of this no-click take over your phone software, which Trump has now given to ICE, Paragon software has been used by the Italian government to infect the phones of opposition politicians and activists who help immigrants. Penlink, another surveillance company that provides real-time location data about you to the government without a warrant. It's been used in the past to target opposition politicians and activists in Mexico and also in Hong Kong.
And you will remember that NSPM 7 memo, where 4547 said that they are going to try to arrest people on crimes that have not even been committed, based upon them determining you to be anti-capitalism, anti-conventional Christian religious, anti a whole lot of anti for immigrants. All of these reasons why he put in a memo that he was going after people and deeming them domestic terrorists. If you haven't put that together with this thing that they don't even have warrants, he said that he was going to preemptively stop crimes in that NS a PM7 memorandum. I told you about it. If you don't know about it, if you don't know everything about it, go look it up. Because you know about a lot of you know about a whole lot of dumb shit, but you don't know about the shit that's coming down the pipe from your own government while you talking about you gonna open up doors and feed your neighbors. Let's continue.
Now our government, and specifically ICE, has those and more. Again, supposedly to use in their, mission against immigrants, but also apparently to use against Americans who are protesting against them, and to use that stuff with or without a warrant, and with or without any restraint at all. This turns your own phone into a spy against you. This is a surveillance capability I have been laying awake at night thinking about for the past couple of years. Now Trump is in power, and Americans are protesting against him every single day of the week and twice on Sundays. And so naturally, he is happily signing the contracts that give his government this power. And he's handing this power to the most untrained, most lawless, most aggressive, pseudo-military parts of his government to use against American citizens. Without warrant.
And also remember today he has gotten rid of the high-level people in ICE to replace them because they are not doing the job quick enough.
Warrants and without us being notified that it's happening. What are they going to do to us with this stuff? And what do we do about it?
Okay. Let's get to our next thing I would like to share with you real quick. I just, all of these links are in my description box. Go and check them out. Do your own research. I'm just giving you information. Well, damn. Yes, damn. Well, damn indeed. Okay, so let me share this with you. I'll go with this little shirt.
This is bad now. Wait until you hear how they're spending your money. Back in July, Congress passed Trump's Big Beautiful Bill, which included an $170 billion slush fund for the Department of Homeland Security. At the time, Republicans sold it as a way to hire more immigration agents and secure the border. But instead, they're building a private army and the most sophisticated domestic surveillance network in history. Let's start with the weapons. Since Trump took office, ICE has increased its spending on guns, chemical weapons, and explosives by 700%. They've spent $71 million on firearms and armor, but also explosives, guided missile warheads, and chemical weapons, like the ones that ICE officers have been using on protesters and reporters. Then
Guided missile warheads. Guided missile warheads. So, are you guys familiar with what happened in Palestine? Are you guys familiar with? They got a lot of their weapons from the United States. Did you guys see the rubble that Palestine was left with? Do you? Do you think, knowing that the United States is immune to becoming that same rubble? I'm just curious. I am really curious what people actually think. I guess thinking is a thing of the past. I guess critical of thinking and logic is a thing of the past. Let's continue.
Then there's the surveillance. ICE just signed a contract with Clearview AI, which scrapes the internet and social media to conduct facial recognition for law enforcement. They signed a deal with BI2 Technologies, which allows smartphones to conduct iris scanning. They signed a contract with Paragon Solutions.
So, have you not seen ICE holding their phones up in people's faces? Why do you think ICE is always holding their phones up in people's faces? Do you think that they are taking pictures? No, they're scanning them for facial recognition and this iris identification. You've already seen them out there on the street putting their phones up against the windows of people's cars. Okay, let's continue.
Solutions, a spyware company that can remotely access smartphone data, and another with Penlink, which tracks real-time cell phone location data without a warrant. And let's not forget social media. ICE is building a 24/7 surveillance team to scan social media posts in commercial databases, mapping people's property records, vehicles, and family networks. All of this plugs into ICE.
Your property. Listen, your information about your fucking property. What I told you earlier is they don't want you to own things. They are actually going after things you own, and not just people you are linked with. Now, I also told you earlier about this social score that they gave Palestinians, and they gave them numbers of. They gave them numbers. Basically, the numbers were if they should kill you or not. If they should kill you or not, based upon the number that not you deserve, not that you agreed to, numbers that they decided to give you with your proximity to Hamas people. If you Hamas person happened to move in next door to you, that increases your kill number, independent of you not knowing, not being aware. No, no, your number goes up, babe. Your number goes up, boo boo, and possibly every number in the complex that you live in go up, so we can just blow up the whole motherfucking complex. Let's continue. I'm just trying to make this make sense, because this is actually what they have been reported to have been doing. So if you don't think that this is real, this is already allegedly has been reported to have been done with these types of spyware, these types of drones, these types of billionaires creating this thing to attack the regular people. And we're going to get into that as well.
The ICE's central data hub run by Palantir Technologies, combining location data, financial records, biometrics, and more into a single searchable system. A system that...
Who? Palantir. Who created Palantir? The none other than J.D. Vance supporter Peter Thiel. We have talked about this. We're gonna talk about it a little more.
Won't just be used against immigrants, but anyone the administration views as a threat. Protesters, journalists, activists, all under the guise of counterterrorism. And they have so much money, they're also spending $172 million of taxpayer dollars on 2 Gulfstream private jets for DHS Secretary Kristi Noem. No.
But they cannot. They cannot pay for food subsistence for children, elderly, disabled, and the poor. Kristi Noem. Speaking of Kristi Noem, just brought these 2 Gulfstream jets. It has been reported that one was for herself and one was for I just had his name for her man, Corey Lewandowski. You remember Corey Lewandowski, who was 45-47's campaign manager his first time around until they had to let him go because he made it was reported that he made inappropriate advances to a married fundraiser person's wife. Y'all remember Corey? They had to take him off the public scenes, and now he is a unannounced advisor to 45-47 in this administration. It is reported that he is Kristi Noem's man. It is reported that the second private jet is for Lewandowski. It is also reported that Corey Lewandowski is the person who is actually doing the job that is afforded to Kristi Noem, and she is just a pinup doll and a person that goes around and take photos, and he is actually doing the implementing of the policies. It is also being reported that Corey Lewandowski is the one who has whipped away all of these ICE people who were getting fired today to install people who are going to do the job more harshly. So this is what's going on in your government. This is what's being reported.
None of this has anything to do with immigration. It's about militarizing and turning ICE into a surveillance machine, which is now the largest domestic law enforcement agency in the country. And a majority of Americans have no idea that this is happening. So share this video and follow me for more. If you think ICE...
So this link is in my description box. I am doing what he asked me to do. I am sharing this information with you. So, let me share some more information with you as well. Let's get into these millionaire. Not millionaires. Well, why would we even bother with millionaires? Let's get into these billionaires. The 7-stage collapse pattern: Spain, Britain, the USSR, and who else? The USA is at stage 5 of this pattern.
Global superpowers in the last 500 years. And right now, in 2025, the United States is following that exact same pattern, stage by stage, decision by decision, almost like we're reading from the same script that led to catastrophe every single time before. In 1590, Spain was the richest empire on earth. They controlled half the world's gold and silver. Their military dominated Europe. Their currency was accepted everywhere. Within 80 years, they were bankrupt, a second-rate power that never recovered. In 1914, Britain ruled the largest empire in human history. The sun never set on British territory. The pound sterling was the global reserve currency. Within 40 years, the empire was gone. The currency collapsed. They became America's junior partner. In 1991, the Soviet Union was the other superpower. Nuclear weapons, global influence, satellites spanning the globe. It ceased to exist in 900 days. Not from war, from economic implosion. 3 times. 3 superpowers, 3 complete collapses, all following the exact same sequence. And here's what should terrify you. The United States has already completed 5 of the 7 stages. We're not approaching the pattern. We're deep inside it. This is the story of how empires die, why they always think they're different, and why the math says we're next. And it's happening faster than anyone wants to admit. Before we go through the pattern, you need to understand what imperial collapse actually looks like. Not in textbooks, in practice, what it means when a superpower dies. Imperial collapse doesn't start with invasion or military defeat. It starts with economic exhaustion. The empire extends beyond its ability to maintain itself. Military bases in 150 countries, wars on multiple fronts, promises it cannot keep, debts it cannot repay. At first, the decline is invisible. The currency still works. The military still wins battles. The government still makes promises. But beneath the surface, the foundation is cracking. Resources are misallocated. Productive capacity shrinks. The best and brightest leave. Then comes the acceleration. Allies start hedging. Enemies test boundaries. Trade partners seek alternatives. The reserve.
Now we know with all these this tariff stuff that our trade partners are like fuck y'all, and they're looking other places. We also know that the BRICS have a monopoly on trade right now. While this administration is telling you that prices are down, grocery prices are down, and we all know that that is a lie. But you have your president coming out here telling you that grocery prices are down, living in a straight up denial. But you also have a for-profit press that does not press him on these lies. So this is what you're getting spewed from your government at a time when everything has increased. He says inflation is down as the price on energy is steadily rising to support all of these data centers that are going up all across the United States. These data center that needs all of this energy to work there. These billionaires are passing on to you in your bills at a time when this president once again has gotten rid of all of the subsidies that would help clean energy grow. All this talk about windmills, all of this talk about windmills, solar power. What is a windmill and solar power to you? That's a less expensive way for you to have energy. But that's why he's trying to make it seem like it is such a bad thing. It's because he wants these billionaires to plug these data centers into your utility grid, and you pay for these billionaires' data centers. That is going in and collecting all of your data. You're paying for your own demise. Let's continue.
Currency status erodes, and suddenly, the advantages that made you powerful become vulnerabilities. Your currency, once demanded by everyone, comes flooding back home. Your military, spread across the world, becomes unsustainable.
So let's talk about our currency. We see that people will be starving next month as they just gave $40 billion to Argentina. We see that the cattle ranchers can't even have their cows go to slaughter because there's no place for them to go because we have let Brazil come in and take over the American slaughtering facilities in cattle and sheep and chicken processing plants, and he wants you to buy beef from Argentina. He wants to give them your money, and he wants you to further enrich them by buying their beef. America first. America first. So let's talk about our money that is taken everywhere. Why do you think that the BRICS created a trading block where they can trade in their own money? They do not have to stockpile the American dollar. As I've told you many times before, that they oil is sold on the value of the dollar, and most trading had been sold on the value of the dollar. Now, I want you to look at our shipping ports that we have coming in. They're empty. The ports are absolutely empty because all other nations are looking to set up trade with one another. And the audacity that 4547 impose another 10% on trading with our alleged partner Canada over a commercial that Ronald Reagan said out of his own mouth how tariffs increase increase the price of products in America, and they work well for a little while, but they wind up costing people jobs. And he was so mad about that truth being played by Ottawa, Canada, not the Canadian government, by a province of Canada, that he increased the tariffs 10% more in Canada. And I would like you to know that they put a bill forth that they will take the who is this? The Senate put a bill forth that they would take the new tariffs off of Canada. They had Republican approval on that bill, and that bill just passed in the Senate. But we know that even Mike Johnson in the House, it will have to go to the House to be voted on. You know, the House that Mike Johnson has on vacation for 5 straight weeks, it will have to go to the House to be approved. They also did the same vote on the tariffs to Brazil, and that has passed. But even Trump called basically, I forget the exact name he called Mike Johnson. Let's just put it in our terms. He called Mike Johnson his do boy. So we now also the Supreme Court is supposed to rule on the legality of all of these tariffs that he has put on every nation, even nations that don't even have people. So there's that. So the long and the short of it is, now they're talking about these stable coins. So all of this time, the dollar has been strong. Now, the people in BRICS, they are no longer collecting American money. You know what they're collecting? They're collecting gold. They are collecting gold, and they are trading in their own money. They don't need the World Bank. They don't need dollars. So this is the part about the dollar losing its power. This is the part about the dollar, as the Treasury Secretary is talking about putting so many $1 billion of crypto stable coins in the Treasury. A coin that is unregulated, that has no regulation. So who does that benefit? Who does that benefit? But understand, the dollar is your tax dollar, and this is the shit that they are doing with your tax money. Who is this upholding? As the prices on everything you buy, every bill you pay is more expensive. And you're paying for this as well. You're paying for your own demise because you cannot control it. Billionaires are controlling it. Let's continue.
Promises, once guaranteed by strength, become empty words. That's not theoretical. That's what happened to Spain, Britain, and the Soviet Union. And it happened because they made exactly the same decisions we're making now. They believed their power was permanent. They overextended militarily. They debased their currency. And they refused to accept reality until collapse was already underway. Let's look at how it actually happened 3 times, the exact same way. Let's start with the first global empire, Spain. 1500s to 1600s, this is the original blueprint. After Columbus discovered the Americas in 1492, Spain became the first true world power. They conquered the Aztec and Inca empires, seized control of the richest gold and silver mines ever discovered. By 1550, Spanish galleons were bringing home 200 tons of silver per year. By 1600, over 400 tons annually. Spain controlled the money supply of Europe. The Spanish real was the global reserve currency. Everyone wanted Spanish silver. And this is where the pattern begins, with a country that controls the money of the world and believes that makes them invincible. King Philip II, ruling from 1556 to 1598, had more money than any monarch in history, and he spent it on empire. Stage 1, military overextension. Spain fought wars everywhere simultaneously, against the Ottoman Empire in the Mediterranean, against France and Italy, against Protestant rebels in the Netherlands, against England's navy, wars in the Philippines, wars in the Americas. By 1580, Spain had military commitments on 4 continents. The cost was staggering. Half of Spain's revenue went to the military. And still, it wasn't enough.
How much of our economy is going to the military? $1 trillion budget is what our military have. ICE has the largest budget of policing combined in the United States. but they saying they don't have enough to give food stamps to poor and elderly and children.
Stage 2, currency debasement. The Spanish crown couldn't pay its bills with taxes alone, so they did whatever.
Now, if you also are unaware, your government is over in Asia. They're demanding that countries like Korea pay them in cash. They want upfront billions in cash from companies like Korea. You know, as he says, how much money he has on tariff shelves from commitments that these other countries are making. None of this shit is in writing. He's over in Korea right now. You know, the same Koreans that they ICE attacked and said that they will not be back to that car plant. He's over there telling them they need to give him $350 billion in cash. Designed as having some trade deal with Korea. The Koreans who say they were insulted and they are never coming back to this plant. That would have created jobs for the American workers. Why is the American workers needed to be trained by Korea? Because this government puts so little into educating their own people that people from Korea have to come over and train the American worker in something that America is not putting into its own worker. But it's your fault that you did this, that you didn't pull yourself up by your straps as they are demolishing the Department of what? Education. Let's continue.
Every failing empire does. They debased the currency. They started mixing copper into silver coins. A coin that was supposed to be pure silver became 50% copper, then 75% copper. The face value stayed the same, but the real value plummeted. By 1600, Spanish silver coins contained barely any silver. Merchants stopped accepting them at face value. Inflation.
Merchants stopped accepting them. That's why they had 4547 said that the BRICS better not destabilize the dollar. What you gonna do? Or what you gonna do? You're destabilizing the dollar. This quarter, there are no orders from China for soybeans, which means the farmers are not going to be paid this money. Let's talk about food stamps. Let's talk about how food stamps also benefited farmers. Let's talk about how all of these things that have been wiped out of the U.S. aid benefited the farmers. This is how these people got paid. But these people voted for 4547, and they are wondering why they are not getting paid. Agencies that got the American farmers and people who use welfare but try to make it seem like it's black people. White people by far use more welfare in this country than black people, and there was some senator who said, "Oh, well, they mad that they are not getting SNAP benefits. Well, get up off your ghetto ass and get a job. Your ghetto ass and get a job. You can't sit around and think that people are just gonna feed you and fix your what did he say? And fix your something. Fix your what was it? Fix your way of life. Your what am I trying to say? Fix your, I forget what it was. Basically, fix your neighborhoods. Hold on. Excuse me. Fix your neighborhoods, the way you live life, the way you present to the world, and what is it called? I can't remember. fix how you guys actually live your lives. This is what a white Republican elected official had the nerves to write on Twitter. So they want to blame this on black people. These white people who these white farmers who voted for their own demise, but now this is a problem that the black people created when white people get far more now, let's understand that SNAP is not the same as food as a welfare. Welfare and SNAPs are not. Some people who get SNAP do not get the moneyed welfare. Understand that those are two separate things. So it, he wants to blame the SNAP benefits not going out on black culture. Fix your culture. That's what he said. Fix your culture. Now he wants to blame that on black culture while ignoring that by far more fucking farmers get the subsidies from SNAP than any black person and white person and Hispanic person combined who benefit from this. He wants to ignore the fact that grocery stores, Walmart, the chain that the actual brick and mortar retailer, the largest brick and mortar retailer benefits from these SNAP benefits. But they want to blame it on black people. So I just wanted to say that as well. Let's get back into this.
Exploded. Stage 3, debt spiral. Spain borrowed constantly from Italian bankers, from German bankers, from anyone who would lend. By 1557, less than 20 years into Philip's reign, Spain declared bankruptcy. They defaulted on their debts, restructured, and kept borrowing. They declared bankruptcy again in 1560. Again in
So are we going to talk about all the debt that this big voluminous bill has added to the United States debt as they gave all these tax cuts to the rich, and they want to tell you that the fact that they will not extend the Obamacare subsidies so people can have insurance. You have these Republicans coming out there saying, oh, it's all Obamacare's fault. Obamacare, it was horrible. It was horrible. And we want to give a better health program than Obamacare. Now, you do understand that the poor people who are on Medicaid, their sign up dates had started in October 15th. Now, we do also understand that all other insurance sign up day starts November 1st, where you sign up and choose what you want from your health care, and they give you a cost. Since the subsidies have not been extended, your cost is going to increase. Not only your cost, the people who get healthcare privately through their jobs, all of these healthcare insurances are increasing. So it's your fault. They want you to believe that it's your fault. It's Obama's fault that the insurance is increasing, as they have never done anything to these insurance companies that are bringing in record profits. Look at the $1 billion United Healthcare is making in profit, and tens of billions over their last profit year after year. But it's your fault that these insurance companies are taking your insurance money, denying your claims, denying to give you a test that your doctor who works for them is saying that you need it to make sure that they have profits, and they are making more profits in the billions hand over foot. I've already explained to you the increase in profits that these insurance companies have gotten when I was doing the story on that insurance agent who was shot outside of a meeting with their investors to talk about how much money they would be bringing in. He was on his way to an investors meeting. And what happened while he laid out there and bled out? They continued on with the meeting because the people wanted to know, fuck that. How much am I going to get paid for my investment? Understand, but they want to try to pretend like this is your fault. They want to try to pretend like this is Obama's fault. Let's see where we are in this whole. I just wanted you to understand a little bit how that works. Let's see where America is. All of this debt that they are piling on to give rich people tax cuts. Where's America in this? Let's find America. This link is in my description box. You need to check this out. I can't play it all.
900 days from Berlin Wall to complete dissolution. No war, no invasion, just commitments we can't fulfill. If China invades Taiwan, if Russia pushes into NATO territory, if Iran closes the Persian Gulf, we can't respond to all of it simultaneously. We're overextended. Just like Spain, just like Britain, just like the USSR. Check. Stage 2, currency debasement. In 1971, Nixon closed the gold window. The dollar became pure fiat currency. Since 2000, the money supply has increased 400%. Since 2020, we've printed over $6 trillion. The dollar has lost 98% of its purchasing power since 1971. We're not mixing copper into silver coins. We're just printing unlimited paper. The mechanism is different. The result is the same. Debasement. Check. Stage 3, debt spiral. The United States owes $36 trillion. That's 120% of GDP. Interest payments alone are approaching $1 trillion per year. We're spending more on interest than on defense. We run deficits every year. $1.8 trillion in 2024 in a growing economy. During peacetime, we borrow to pay interest on previous borrowing. That's the definition of a debt spiral. Spain defaulted 4 times. Britain borrowed until it collapsed. The USSR ran out of money. We're on the same path. Check. Stage 4, loss of productive capacity. America doesn't make things anymore. We design, we finance, we consume, but we don't produce. Our
remember all of these jobs that these tariffs were supposed to create in the United States, and the last two job numbers showed where we are bleeding jobs to the point that they are not even. They did not agree to give a weekly a monthly job creation data. He fired the person from the BSM who actually gave the job data, and then the new person he put in said that well maybe we'll just announce the job numbers by quarters, 4 times a year, by the quarters. And now conveniently, the government's shut down, so we cannot announce these horrible job rates as I showed you. The people who as of right now are losing their jobs. We're unable to report the job numbers. We're going to pretend like the jobs are going swimmingly. Okay, so there's that. Let's get rid of this.
manufacturing base has been gutted, shipped to China, Mexico, Vietnam. We import $800 billion more than we export annually. We're dependent on foreign supply chains for everything: medicine, electronics, steel, even military components. Just like Spain became dependent on imports while the silver flowed out, we're dependent on imports while dollars flow out. And just like Spain, when the money stops flowing, we're in trouble. Check. Stage 5, social decay. Trust.
And the money will stop flowing because this administration has thwarted every partner that we had in trading and pushed them away with these silly ass tariffs. Canada said that they are going to look elsewhere for trading partners, as have Mexico. But we're going to get into this spear, these different spears of the world. The United States is trying to act as if they are in charge of this whole spear of North America and Latin America. The spear that goes all the way up to Greenland and goes all the way down to Venezuela. So this, where did this concept come from? This came from, in my opinion, racist billionaires. And why 45, 47 thinks that he has the audacity to even do a land invasion on Venezuela, while this president thought that Canada should become the 51st state. Why this president was talking about invading Greenland. See, they are trying to configure something way different to stand up America as they are something great. So they have totally, in my opinion, ruined America and its economy, a stable economy that they got. And they're trying to blame it on everybody else in the region, as all of these other nations are within their rights to go and seek other trading partners. But there's a bigger plan. We're going to talk about that too.
Trust in institutions is at all-time lows. Crime is rising. Homelessness is exploding. Drug overdoses kill 100,000 Americans annually. The best and brightest are leaving or checking out. Fertility rates are collapsing. Political dysfunction is total. We can't agree on anything, can't fix anything, can't build anything. The signs of decay are everywhere, but everyone pretends it's fine. It's not fine. Check. We're on stage 5 of 7. The Soviet Union made it to stage 5 before complete collapse. So did Britain. Spain lasted longer, but the pattern is the same. We're not at the end yet, but we're deep into the sequence. Stage 6 is loss of reserve currency status. That's when allies start diversifying, when trade moves to other currencies, when the dollar comes.
That's right now. We're at stage 6. At stage 6, other countries are diversifying and leaving the United States out of play in trade. Understand that.
Comes flooding back home because no one needs to hold it anymore. We're seeing early.
No one's buying into no one's even buying U.S. bonds anymore. Other nations are getting rid of what they would always depend on, that would give them a dollar for dollar their money in increases. The U.S. bond market is even dying off. Let that make sense.
Signs. BRICS nations developing alternatives. Central banks buying gold. China and Russia trading in yuan and rubles. Saudi Arabia accepting yuan for oil. The cracks are forming. Stage 7 is collapse, not gradual decline, sudden implosion. The Soviet Union went from superpower to non-existent in 900 days. Britain lost the empire in 20 years. Spain took longer, but the result was the same. When the reserve currency fails, when the debt becomes impossible, when the military can't be funded, it doesn't decline gracefully. It collapses, quickly, brutally. And everyone who thought it couldn't happen here learns the same lesson every empire learns. It can, and it does. 3 empires followed this pattern: Spain, Britain, the USSR. Each believed they were exceptional. Each believed they were different. Each believed the rules didn't apply to them. Well, they were wrong, every single time. We're telling ourselves the same lies right now. We're different. We have technology. We have the dollar. We're America. But the pattern doesn't care about exceptionalism. The pattern is mathematical. You cannot spend beyond your means forever. You can't.
And math is something that is math is definitive. That's why I like why I like math. There is no interpretation of math. Math is a thing, and that's all math is. You can't smooth around the numbers. You cannot massage the numbers. The answer is the absolute answer. So let me share this with you. What is Peter Thiel trying to tell us? What is Peter Thiel trying to tell us?
Has a provocative theory about how the Antichrist could take over the earth and enslave humanity. Peter Thiel, the billionaire venture capitalist and PayPal co-founder, has a provocative theory about how the Antichrist could take over the earth and enslave humanity.
My speculative thesis is that if the Antichrist were to come to power, it would be by talking about Armageddon all the time.
The greatest danger we face, according to Thiel, might not be from global warming, terrorism, nuclear winter, or artificial intelligence going rogue. The real danger is that we're so afraid of these threats that we're willing to give up our freedom in the name of peace and safety.
This is 1 Thessalonians 5:3. The slogan of the Antichrist is peace and safety, and it's the opposite of the picture of Baconian science from the 17th, 18th century, where,
It's always about safety. They implement all of this stuff. They're going to keep America safe as they are spying on you in everything you do, everything you say, everything you own, all of your social media. It's about keeping you safe under the guise of safety, because who doesn't want to be safe?
the Antichrist is like some evil tech genius, evil scientist who invents this machine to take over the world. People are way too scared for that. In our world, it's far more likely to be Greta Thunberg.
I feel like that Antichrist would maybe be using the tools that you were building.
Douthat was referring to Palantir, the government contractor that Thiel co-founded in 2003 during the height of the War on Terror. Today, Palantir is in the white-hot center of the latest trend reshaping the global order, according to the Wall Street Journal, receiving more than $322 million from government contracts in the first half of 2025.
We buy a lot of things from Palantir. Where are you? Are we paying our bills? I think so.
It's equipping the government with tools to sift through massive data troves to identify patterns and hunt down illegal immigrants. It's helping the feds deploy facial recognition technology and has created AI tools to predict where crimes might happen in advance.
Like, wouldn't the Antichrist be like, great, we're not going to have any more technological progress, but I really like what Palantir has done so far, right?
Yeah,
isn't that a concern? Wouldn't that be the irony of history would be that the man publicly worrying about the Antichrist accidentally hastens his or her arrival?
Look, there are all these different scenarios. I obviously don't think that that's what I'm doing.
To be clear, I don't think that's what you're doing either. I'm just interested in how you get to a world willing to submit to permanent authoritarian rule.
It's a great question. While Peter Thiel is warning that the Antichrist could bring totalitarianism by exploiting our desire for peace and safety, the company that he co-founded is building the tools for a totalitarian surveillance state based on our desire for peace and safety. Is it too late to stop this nightmare? It's fitting that Palantir is named after the mythical stones in J.R.R. Tolkien's Lord of the Rings, which allow users to see into distant lands, eavesdrop on conversations, peer into the past, and some claim conjure visions of the future. Tolkien, a devout Catholic, explored the dangers of unbridled power in a way that resonates with Thiel's ideas about the Antichrist. While the Antichrist invokes peace and safety, the corrupted wizard Saruman in Lord of the Rings implores his wizard Gandalf to join forces with the dark entity Sauron. He invokes the values of knowledge, rule, order. Trump promised peace and safety when he took the stage to accept the Republican nomination in 2016.
Beginning on January 20th of 2017, safety will be restored.
Thiel, who was the first tech billionaire to back Trump, spoke at that convention.
Tonight, I urge all of my fellow Americans to stand up and vote for Donald Trump.
8 years later, Trump was back at the RNC, once again warning of a crisis and promising to restore peace and safety.
We will return law and order to our streets, patriotism to our schools, and importantly, we will restore peace, stability, and harmony all throughout the world.
And now you have your military in your streets. They're trying to normalize having the military in the street. It's about safety. It is about your safety. This link is in my description box. I'm going to put it in the chat as well. Let's continue.
Exploiting a national emergency, real or manufactured, is how governments typically grow their power and limit.
Now, I also showed you where they say they could just create a national emergency to federalize our elections. And Peter Thiel has something real. I have played it to you before. That Peter Thiel says that it is going to be virtually impossible to go where they want to go with this. I forget what it's called. Tech something. Way of governing by individual votes. You're going to have to do it another way. So understand that this administration has the 2020 election denier who has been put in place to monitor our elections, to make sure that our elections are safe. She's still saying that 2020 was stolen. She came out. I talked about it in my last live that said that there could be some type of emergency. They can put out some type of emergency and then federalize the election. Let me see if I still have that. Is it this? Yes, Ms. Honey suggested that the new administration to declare a national emergency and justify dictating new rules to state and local governments. She means surrounding the election. She said this could be based upon an actual investigation of the 2020 election if it showed there had been manipulation of the vote. But we understand that the 2020 election has already been litigated. But this is what she is still saying. And she's still bringing up the 2020 election where they have gone to 62 courts and have not been able to find any manipulation of the vote. But she's saying in the 2026 election that how this election can be federalized and the federal government can make new rules that the states must apply in the 26 and 28 elections. So I just want you to understand this is who 45, 47 has put over election integrity. So don't think that this is a game.
Our freedoms. As the libertarian economic
world.
Exploiting a national emergency, real or manufactured, is how governments typically grow their power and limit our freedoms. As the libertarian economic historian Robert Higgs chronicled in his 1987 classic Crisis and Leviathan, the government ratcheted up its power in the 20th century by capitalizing on the Great Depression and 2 world wars. More recently, the 9/11 terrorist attacks justified the war in Afghanistan, provided cover for the invasion of Iraq, and led to the expansion of the surveillance state under a new paradigm known as total information awareness.
It's what Palantir is now. It's what they were literally trying to do is come up with the ability to ingest, data from pretty much any source and then run that against, their de facto target list.
Patrick Eddington is a former CIA analyst who studies the surveillance state at the Libertarian Cato Institute. His latest book is The Triumph of Fear, A History of Federal Law Enforcement and Surveillance.
All this stuff at the end of the day is fear-based. That's how we get a lot of this, surveillance mentality.
Total Information Awareness was an initiative started at DARPA, the research arm of the Defense Department. The stated goal was to construct a virtual, centralized grand database for tracking terrorists, the same kind of database Trump wants to build to track illegal immigrants. The government hit years of roadblocks before finally achieving this vision. Public backlash to the unnerving name led to a rebranding before Congress defunded the program in 2003.
But a lot of these really bad surveillance-related ideas, even if they get knocked down, they're kind of like a vampire, right? You knock them down. You think you've knocked them down for good, and then one way or the other, they just seem to kind of come back.
Total Information Awareness lived on under the innocuous codename Basketball and was eventually absorbed by the NSA, which Edward Snowden would later reveal was collecting the phone records of millions of Americans and intercepting web traffic without the knowledge of the companies involved. The same year that Congress defunded Total Information Awareness, Peter Thiel and his co-founders created Palantir. They even met with John Poindexter, the recently fired director of Total Information Awareness, who told them they had an interesting idea. Initially, the company struggled to attract mainstream investment. But when the CIA's venture capital arm, In-Q-Tel, put in $2 million, it signaled interest from Washington. And the company took off. Today, Palantir is worth more than $400 billion, with over half of its revenue coming from government contracts. Thanks to advancements in artificial intelligence, the dream, or nightmare, of Total Information Awareness seems closer than ever before. ICE is now using mobile facial recognition technology to track immigrants and tie their identities to derogatory information compiled in one of their databases. The agency also uses Clearview AI, facial recognition tech that scrapes social media, and much of the data is managed by Palantir. Even if you support Trump's objective to deport immigrants, you should still be concerned about this technology. Like with many surveillance tools of the past, immigrants and foreigners are fertile testing ground before it's rolled out to the wider domestic population.
People on the Republican side should really not be cheering a lot of this stuff.
And this is the main reason why I refuse to play in the game of these ignorant people who saying that this is not my fight. This is not my fight. If this, I did my part. This is not my fight. And they don't even understand what this administration is doing under the guise of illegal immigration. They're going to find out that this is in fact their fight as well. While they think that they're going to be opening up doors and they're going to be affecting some type of help to feed the people. If you know someone who needs something, feed them. Shabbat. And they don't even know how to keep their damn safe because they don't know what's going on in the actual real world around them that will affect them and how they live or not live.
What's going on right now, because if Democrats manage to retake the White House and both chambers of Congress, which is a very real possibility, then they could turn around and use those tools. And by the way, that's exactly what my own work in this book basically shows.
The MAGA movement should understand what it's like to walk under the gaze of the Eye of Sauron. After the January 6th riot, right-wing extremism became a priority for America's intelligence agencies. Online censorship.
However, they have scrubbed the databases of the factual of what wing of the government has been more radicalized, and they came out with lies behind who a regular citizen that they were using as a tool to get more young people into the Republican voting bloc, and act as if he was some high priest or pope of the United States, and totally manipulated the data by erasing the fact that it is right-wing violence that is more prevalent in the United States, to come out and lie to your face that said left-wing violence it was more prominent, and thus to therefore create that memorandum NSMP-7 to actually call left-wing protesters terrorists, and want to treat left-wing protesters. Protesters, the thing that you have the right to do. Why do you think that they scrubbing your media for any thought that they put down as what they are going to consider being a terrorist threat? Notice they have not voiced anything indicative or exactly what they are going to count as terrorism. It's whatever they want to say terrorism is. That's why. Whatever they deem to say, that is terrorism. Okay, let's be clear.
Reached its zenith under the Biden administration, which leaned on social media companies to suppress speech that criticized COVID policies, vaccines, or questioned election integrity. The triumph of fear, as Eddington calls it, is what has allowed governments, particularly federal law enforcement, to expand and consolidate power throughout history, consistent with Higgs' theory of crisis and Leviathan. Eddington has documented how, since its inception, federal law enforcement has been weaponized to go after not just criminals, but political dissidents, which the FBI did with a program called COINTELPRO in the 50s and 60s.
It started out as something, designed to target the Communist Party of the United States, but then, of course, it branched out. They went after Dr. King, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. They went after the organization that he founded, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, and it just took off, from there. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of human beings who were targeted, in the course of this.
It's easy to imagine how the technology that Palantir is building to help the government keep tabs on terrorists and illegal immigrants in the interest of peace and safety could be applied more broadly. Snowden has predicted that governments will soon use AI-enhanced surveillance not merely to fight terrorism or deport immigrants, but to shape behavior.
We are all entering a new phase of history where what we considered the more enlightened collection of states globally, ones that had embraced the classically liberal ideal, are now some of those working hardest to roll it back, to bureaucratize, to influence, to nudge, to shape, to ultimately control each and every individual within their territory and beyond, to the extent made newly possible by technology. These states genuinely seem to believe that this is the path to utopia, that they genuinely know what is good for you, to a greater extent than you do, because they're the expert.
Thiel is also worried about AI.
If you were to say that crypto is libertarian, then why can't we say that AI is communist? It's not completely inherent in it, but it's a certain tendency in it. And while I am pro acceleration, I'm pro tech, I'm even pro AI. It is probably the one technology that I have the most misgivings about.
But Alex Karp, the CEO of Palantir, who provided the company's technology to the Ukrainian military free of charge, says the goal should be to make sure that these tools are in the hands of the good guys.
We were asked if we were willing to supply our product philanthropically, basically for free, and I was very in favor of this because our primary mission is, in fact, to set a global standard for the world for behavior. I believe that Western...
So he's the one who sets the standard that what Israel was doing in Palestine made them the good guy. It's his decision. Understand, it's his decision. And he gave them the technology to help them do what they did to the Palestinian people. Let's be clear.
Institutions in the West are a superior way to live, and we fought for that. AI institutions and to set a global standard for the world for behavior. I believe that Western institutions in the West are a superior way to live, and we fought for that. AI is coming to our society, and it's really important that AI ends up lifting everyone up.
Joe Lonsdale, a Palantir co-founder, says the company actually was formed to protect civil liberties as it aids the government in catching terrorists.
The whole core of Palantir was basically a civil liberties engine from the start. It's what data are you allowed to see in what context? And how do we bring that together and show you only what you're allowed to see and let you get your job done?
Palantir's system makes it easier to track whether unauthorized users access private data, in effect watching the watchers.
If Palantir is installed at a certain part of the FBI or the CIA or anywhere else, the people running that can go back and look, here's the rules, here's what they were done, here's where the rules were changed, here's who changed them. And you have basically full audit logs, full audit trails.
I'm skeptical that the transparency that Palantir's technology provides will bring public accountability and act as a safeguard. In the recent past, the only source of accountability for the surveillance state has come through government whistleblowers like Snowden or public
whistleblowers. And why do you think they have clamped down so much on whistleblowers? Let's continue.
like WikiLeaks.
We don't set the policy, but we make it so it's very transparent.
It makes it sound like, hey, we're just, providing the tool here, and, what somebody else does with it. They shouldn't do this, they shouldn't do that. This kind of technology can really help to create the kind of real world, real time dystopia that we're seeing right now.
Peter Thiel has warned that it's easy to go from the frying pan into the fire. Tools designed for hunting down illegal immigrants in America or combatants in Gaza or Ukraine can be repurposed.
I always think that if we're going to have this frame of talking about existential risks, perhaps we should also talk about the risk of another type of a bad singularity, which I would describe as the one world totalitarian state.
In Lord of the Rings, the wizard Saruman starts on the side of the good. Then the villainous Sauron manipulates him through the Palantir Stone to make the wizard believe he sees a future where Sauron's evil plan triumphs. But it's all a deception. The wizard sees no other choice but to join forces with the dark entity. He's drawn into Sauron's circle of evil by the Palantir Stone because he underestimates its power.
Whether it's in the government, in the private sector, labor unions.
And yet he names his business that is creating collecting all of the data, and it is used in every entity of our government right now, from ICE to the CIA to the FBI to the Department of Homeland Security. Every three-letter acronym in our government is using what? Palantir. So let me a little bit more.
There's a really good history of humans over the course of the last 5,000 or 6,000 years of recorded history not being able to handle power.
To protect against the totalitarian power grab that Thiel is warning us about, we need stronger political constraints on the surveillance state. The solution is also technological. As Snowden has emphasized, communication tools with built-in end-to-end encryption provide a bulwark for privacy.
What if we could enforce human rights through new means, through math, through technologies, through something that these agencies don't control? That's the power of encryption. That's the power of cryptocurrency.
But privacy tools need legal protection. Recently, the French government arrested the creator of the encrypted social network Telegram for running an unlicensed encrypted service. The US government is prosecuting the creator of Tornado Cash, a tool that allows cryptocurrency users to anonymize their digital cash. This war on privacy in the name of safety needs to stop. And maybe technologists, like the executives and engineers at Palantir, have a moral responsibility not to use their talents to design tools that governments can so easily turn against its citizens. As OpenAI CEO Sam Altman has stressed, privacy protections are more important than ever.
If you go talk to ChatGPT about your most sensitive stuff and then there's like a lawsuit or whatever, like we could be required to produce that. And I think that's very screwed up. I think we should have like the same concept of privacy for your conversations with AI that we do with a therapist or whatever.
This is all a bullshit right here, as he is creating data centers and databases. You think that it's fucked up? Yeah, sure. As you sit at the table with 45, 47 and talk about all of the alleged money that you are going to pour into the government as you create AI to take the regular American job. So that's it on that one. I want to share with you. Now, let's get to the next one. I want to share with you a real interesting way of thinking that they think that the American people should live under. Here we go. Palantir and the conspiracy to own everything. Let's get into this one. And you will see your Supreme Court is complicit in this. Let me reboot this. Here we go.
Palantir focus. You apply for a job, never hear back. Your resume uniquely filtered, not by a person, but by a prediction algorithm fed by your uniquely private life. Past employment, your social media, your race, your relationships. Then processed to make a decision whether you can afford to live.
Now, I've already told you that was it? Yeah, I think it was Palantir, and there was another app that said that they could manage your resume, and what would be included in your resume was anything that anyone decided to say about you regarding your work, be it a customer. They said that you would own the information, but in fact, you would not own the information. You could only apply, and that AI would be choosing who saw your resume and where exactly you would be able to work. So we're going to pretend like there are not going to be any biases in a group of people who think that DEI is a problem. We're going to pretend like there's not going to be any bias filters put on your resume, and then you can only your resume will only be seen by people they deem to show it, not from positions you decide to apply for. No, who this AI deems to show your resume. So make America great again. We don't employ Black people. Let's continue.
You search for chest pain symptoms at 2 a.m. The next day, an insurance company tells you about a specific plan tailored to you. You get pulled aside at an airport. No stated reason, you just matched a pattern. They're reading your shadow, the data you've shed, the gestures you've forgotten, and the correlations you didn't know existed. This isn't fiction. This reality is being constructed right now, and there's one group that's making this possible. They're called Palantir. A group that has quietly operated behind the scenes for years. And what they built isn't a system of raw surveillance. It's authorship. The ability to write your life before you live it. And what's being authored is something that will mark the rest of the 21st century. Something that will absolutely impact each and every person watching this video, no matter who you are and where you live. So, who is Palantir? Palantir is a publicly traded corporation that specializes in big data integration on the software level. But what does that mean? In layman terminology, Palantir focuses on the orchestration, organization, and implementation of data. A ton of the information behind the scenes that products and services need, with a focus on automating the decision-making processes with that existing data infrastructure. But how and where do they do this? They do this for corporate clientele such as JP Morgan, Wendy's, to public entities such as Britain's NHS, Norwegian Customs, Danish POL, Intel, Predictive Policing, all the way to ICE and the CIA in the United States. Product lines such as Palantir Gotham allow police departments to predict potential crime with data of citizens in a given community.
Predict future crimes. How is that going to impact you and how you live your life? If they are predicting future crimes, Do you understand how many innocent people will be in jail? Do you wonder why they have built the largest prison in the United States for predicting future crimes? Who's going to be caught up in that based upon AI? The trusting of AI. Let that sink in.
They can even run probability for whether someone might have a mental health crisis. For militaries such as the IDF, Gotham can expand drone capability to be completely autonomous, controlled, operated, and executed by a machine learning algorithm.
So a machine learning algorithm is going to seek you out and independently of itself kill you. Kill you.
Palantir Foundry can automate logistics and make predictive outcomes in healthcare and supply chains, such as Britain's NHS. As we speak, Palantir is experiencing an unprecedented rise in market cap, growing by 23 times since 2023. They were founded by Peter Thiel, a billionaire venture capitalist and mega donor of the Republican Party, who broke campaign finance records by donating a whopping $15 million to J.D. Vance's 2022 Senate campaign. Thiel is also famous for pushing for fully private-owned cities, city-states entirely owned by corporations.
You would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
yes?
I don't know. I would
This is a long hesitation. This is a long hesitation.
There's so many questions implicit in
Should the
this.
human race survive?
Yes.
Okay.
But
Yes, but. But what?
The second major player is the eccentric CEO Alex Karp, an odd technology CEO who has remained in the shadows until recently.
To disrupt and make the institutions we partner with the very best in the world, and when it's necessary to scare enemies and on occasion kill them.
A question emerges here. Amidst a very unstable technology market in the US, an economy generally
Let's hear Alex Karp, the CEO of Palantir. Let's be clear on what he just said.
bearish
He thought it
at
was
the
cute.
prospect of
on occasion kill them. Best in the world, and when it's
odd technology CEO who has remained in the shadows until recently.
to disrupt and make the institutions we partner with the very best in the world, and when it's necessary to scare enemies and on occasion kill them.
A question emerges here. Amidst a very unstable technology market in the US, an economy generally bearish at the prospect of new technology investment, how has Palantir quietly grown by a seismic 23 times? Palantir didn't grow overnight, but the acceleration they are experiencing seemingly did. An acceleration fueled by robbery in plain sight. A heist that dwarfs anything in history. Yet, it's important to note the past 40 years of neoliberalism can be described as a heist in general, an unprecedented seismic extraction of wealth from normal, day-to-day working class people. To the point
Sounds familiar? Sounds familiar. The trickle down theory of Ronald Reagan. How you pay executives more, and the savings are going to trickle down into your paycheck. They're going to pay the workers that made them that money more. Not it didn't pan out. These tax cuts that were going to spur these billionaires to create jobs, as you see the third richest man in the United States saying that he is going to replace 600,000 jobs with AI. How's that working? And they want to tell you that they passed a tax bill that gave you the largest tax cut in American history. As in fact, they gave billionaires the largest tax cut in United States history. But let's continue.
point where the rich have never accumulated more wealth compared to the rest of society in human history. But
buffering. I apologize.
In general, an unprecedented seismic extraction of wealth from normal, day-to-day working class people, to the point where the rich have never accumulated more wealth compared to the rest of society in human history. But we all know this. Many aren't surprised that the top 10% own 93% of the entire US stock market, that the top 1%.
The top 1% got richer and now hold nearly a third of the nation's wealth. This top 10%, was it the top 1% owns 93% of the stock market. So when they tell you the stock market is doing swimmingly, I played for you yesterday how all NVIDIA, Meta, all of these things that are propping up the stock markets are just playing amongst themselves, circular money transfers and investments in each other to make you feel like, hey, but the stock market is up, and you're supposed to be feel okay about this. You're supposed to feel okay about this when you don't own anything in the stock market. Your stock market is being your 401k is being handled by billionaires from BlackRock. Let's continue.
Own over 30% of all wealth in the US. Journalists, economists, and even the rare politician have warned us for decades that this level of extraction is occurring. But without outright crippling society to the point of economic collapse, what else is there to take? Turns out, a lot more. And it's far more powerful and substantial than money could buy.
Now to President Trump and Elon Musk's latest moves to reshape the federal government. The top Social Security official stepped down after Musk's team requested access to sensitive personal data about millions of Americans. Senior political correspondent Rachel Scott is tracking it from Mar-a-Lago.
After the 2025 presidential election, the Trump administration announced the creation of DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, with the official aim to cut, quote, fraud, waste, and abuse in the public sector. Headed by Elon Musk, and with ex-employees of Palantir, Musk made an official goal of cutting $2 trillion in what he claimed was identifiable waste. In actuality, the final sum expected to be cut is $160 billion, with official estimates showing that DOGE's total operational cost to be around $130 billion itself. And according to a report from Yale's The Budget Lab, the measures to cut various government agencies is expected to create a net loss of $300 to $500 billion over the next decade. And despite this has been the Trump administration's greatest success. That's because DOGE is a lie. The point was never to cut fraud, waste, and abuse. It's a facade for an ambition much greater and far more consequential.
Okay. Before we get into the real part, this is about billionaires in this Tech Night scheme that they have. Now, if you are unaware that Elon Musk has gone and has requested $1 trillion pay package from his company, not billions. If you are unaware, he is requesting to be paid $1 trillion because he said that he does not feel like it would be safe to continue to create rockets if he has to leave the United States. So you understand. Do you understand what's going on as he's talking about waste, fraud, and abuse? When he's a welfare queen that gets the biggest contracts from the United States. This is a person who was not even born a United States citizen. He is demanding $1 trillion pay package from his company. But he was in charge of signaling out waste, fraud, and abuse. And many of these people that they fired had to be rehired because they were watching the nuclear waste and nuclear warheads. Just came in and just blocked people's jobs out as if they meant nothing. People who were doing important things, sort of like having oversight on him and his companies, and demolishing companies that had lawsuits against him by people who worked for his companies were conveniently erased from the government system entirely. The CFPB, who was the company who made sure that big corporations didn't steal money from you, totally shuttered. Totally shuttered. Who would claw back money that banks and big corporations had taken from you, and they would get your money back. The CFPB that ensured that these banks couldn't charge you $35 and $45 for overdraft fees, and I think they clawed that overdraft fee down to either $5 or $15 that a bank could charge you. 45, 47. Amended that before they could even destroy the CFPB. So let's get into this.
In February of 2025, members of DOGE gained root access to a plethora of government IT systems, such as the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration and the
Now, how did that work out when that big flood came in Texas, and they wanted to hush down all of those children who now died because they didn't get the weather forecast, proper weather forecast?
U.S. Agency for International Development. But the real crucial one is the social.
How did it work out for farmers when they cut down U.S. aid? How did it work out for people all over the world who are now starving, who are not getting AIDS medication? How is it working out for the projected millions of people who will be dying across this country? Across the world. Now, the big thing that they don't want you to know is about this Social Security Administration stuff.
Social Security Administration, harboring one of the most sensitive databases in the United States. Birth dates, historical addresses, employment history, financial records of every single American. It doesn't take a genius to understand what is going on here, but what sells the terrifying endgame is the transparent, illegal nature of this. Federal courts have blocked DOGE from entering these databases after it was already done. But that's the point.
They already went in and they walked in the Social Security Administration, throwing career officials out of their own offices, and they got into those systems, and it took weeks for these things to go to court, and for the attorneys and judges to say that it was illegal for them to get into these systems that they had already gotten into. If you're unaware of that, be aware. They had already gotten into these Social Security systems for all of your information.
Point. The repercussions do not matter. Even if courts find DOGE and the Trump administration in judicial contempt for illegally accessing federal databases, the data has already been siphoned. In April of 2025, Judge Ellen Hollander denied DOGE access due to concerns around privacy and the Fourth Amendment, along with the Fair Privacy Act, a 1974 law that requires explicit protection of personal data unless there is immediate urgency in law enforcement functions. Which, as the courts reflected, there clearly is zero urgency to combat crime that would necessitate unfettered access to the Social Security Administration's database. Yet, in June of 2025, in an absolutely contradictory and wild ruling, the Supreme Court ruled that the Trump administration had authority to executively access federal databases at will. the only 3 liberal judges dissented. The behavior here is what is particularly dangerous, to execute without legal process, without genuine consultation of the law. Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson voiced concern regarding the Trump administration's legal defense. In essence, the urgency underlying the government's stay application is the mere fact that it cannot be bothered to wait for the litigation process to play out before proceeding as it wishes. A concerning question here remains: is this naive hubris of the Trump administration a lack of concern due to Trump's evasion of legal repercussions, or is this done with a strategic plan of assurance that the law will not be applied to them after the fact, that the few democratic judicial procedures in the US will be null and void by the time justice could ever be served? We don't know the answer. What we do know is that all our collective, sensitive data is now out in the wild, unbeknownst to us, but not without emerging clues. In May of 2025, a New York Times article highlighted the Trump administration's plan to create a centralized database on every single American citizen. Palantir is set to lead the charge. Little is known how this database will be constructed, what technical data will exactly be used. But we do know Palantir representatives have been in contact with 2 big American agencies, the Social Security Administration and the Internal Revenue Service, who head the 2 most important government databases in the country. It's important to note how information systems work. One might argue that our data is already in a specific state database, that the entirety of our information is already available to the state at large. This framing is incorrect. It presupposes that the state is a single entity, able to executively access specific data at will. Information systems are much more fragmented, and that's on purpose. The Social Security Administration will not have access to the same data as the Department of Health and Human Services. It's the centralization that changes everything, and the horror of this conundrum is twofold. The state now has unfettered access, a single executive database to pull from. And now, it's not just the state. A third party and private entity, Palantir, owns the keys.
I have given it to some, but it goes to very special people, and I thought I'd give it to Elon as a presentation from our country. Thank you, Elon. Thank you. Take care.
All of this was under the political banner of efficiency. Trump's administration wanted to stop fraud, waste, and abuse by eliminating information silos through the process of, quote, removing unnecessary barriers to federal employees accessing government data and promoting interagency data sharing are important steps towards eliminating bureaucratic duplication and inefficiency while enhancing the government's ability to detect overpayments and fraud. The efficiency was made possible by tearing down the legal, privacy, and data protections in place to protect American citizens from third parties. And the Trump administration handed the keys of our most sensitive data to one of the most sophisticated data organizations in the world. But you may ask, for those of us around the world, for those of us who don't care about data integrity, what does this mean for us? Well, it means everything, because everything is at stake. Information is a currency far greater than the dollar or any tangible asset. It allows for the prediction of that very everything. And Alex Karp understands this.
With them being the winner of the world, because if they're winning, it means other people are losing. What do you think of that?
I don't think in win-lose. I think in domination.
Domination.
Do you know who Palantir is?
I do.
Do you think that Palantir has ever scraped data from Facebook?
Senator, I'm not aware of that.
We've entered what theorist Shoshana Zuboff calls surveillance capitalism. an economic system that doesn't extract value from your labor, but from your behavior itself. Every search, pause, purchase becomes raw material for algorithms that predict and modify what you will do next. And it's a surplus you give out freely, while scrolling social media, visiting web pages, much of your digital life. This might seem overly theoretical and dramatic in nature, but this model of extraction is right here. Bruce Schneier, a cryptographer, computer scientist, and author, coined it perfectly. Surveillance is the business model of the internet. We build systems that spy on people in exchange for services. Corporations call it marketing. When immigration data gets processed, Palantir and the state is not just tracking individuals, they're modeling migration patterns to engineer policy responses. When health records get analyzed, they're not predicting individual outcomes. They're optimizing population health according to invisible, computerized priorities. You aren't just being watched, you're being predicted, and prediction becomes policy before you know the game has started. Another reason why data is so incredibly powerful in the hands of organizations with fast computational power is the sheer speed and velocity it's able to capture behavior, to predict, to fundamentally own. Paul Virilio, a theorist and military historian, is also particularly relevant here. In the 1970s, Virilio coined the term dromology, relating to the Greek word dromos, which roughly means race. Dromology can be seen as a way to understand the contemporary relationship with society and speed. Virilio sees speed as a fundamental mechanism of power and a driving force in technological growth. In the context of modern warfare, pure strategy no longer wins, superior logistics do. From the Wehrmacht's strategy of blitzkrieg to the United States' ability to reach A to B in the supply chain. In the case of domestic society, telegraph to the telephone, to advanced computation and digital communications. Yet, to Virilio, there's side effects. Speed confuses. It creates what Virilio calls the tyranny of real time, a type
Speed. Why are they getting rid of the head ICE officials? Because they're not doing these ICE raids and rounding up people with enough speed. And what's the problem with that?
of sociology that
The problem with that is you're going to get people caught up, unintended people caught up in this tyranny of real time.
minimizes the geographic, physical existence of life by way of rapid communications, digitalization, and processing power, which then can lead to instability, upheavals, and even the erosion of democracy by way of a cult of technocratic efficiency. Just through the speed of modern work and technological innovation, our ethics, the sublime humanity we hold, tends to get tossed to the wayside. Virilio was concerned about an emerging ideology of technological determinism and supremacy, the belief that technology's evolution, its ability to innovate, was enough to legitimize itself, that any result from technological growth is inherent, perhaps not proper, nor desirable, but inevitable, and we have no say. Does that sound familiar right now?
I think AI will probably, most likely, sort of lead to the end of the world, but in the meantime, there will be great companies created with serious machine learning.
Palantir embodies this. It may seem that Palantir's extreme centralization of information is reckless. Arrogant executives foaming at the mouth at new quarterly increases and a bump in stock price. But this underscores the very intentional, real power grab that is happening, and the goal is not merely financial in nature. Palantir's ability to harness the power of speed, its velocity of growth, and information capabilities is what makes this a horrifying prospect. The effect of this is the evisceration of democratic procedure, expectations of privacy. This creates an effect similar to what Foucault deemed as panopticism, the effect of surveillance, normalizing of an authority that watches to the extent you regulate yourself. It's not just the mass collection of data of many across the globe, but the quiet acceptance, creeping normalization, the feeling of inevitability, that our entire DNA can be sequenced remotely, our behaviors, mental patterns, synthesized and predicted. Private health insurers and/or state healthcare systems may have access to nearly all of your data and have the power to make predictions on health outcomes. They may deny your care based upon specific behaviors, your whereabouts, and weekend activities. Marketers can target individuals with accuracy we've never seen, based upon biological makeup, your spending habits. With your data becoming centralized in a master database, combined with the rise of self-trained AI and neural networks, political corruption, and administrations that willingly sacrifice public commons in favor of capital, the disturbing possibilities are endless. But Not all is lost. We create new data every day, and much of it is under our control. While not all, we have ownership and agency around how and when much of that data is shed. On the front of a state-sponsored centralized database, explicit political pressure is about all we can do. This is a unique dilemma not even security researchers would have predicted.
So, I wanted to share. Let me be sure my mic is on. I wanted to be sure to share this information with you. When you see Negroes sitting up talking about this isn't my fight, you have to understand what is in the game. This is everyone's fight. No one's following ICE because of them getting undocumented immigrants out of this country. We're following ICE because of all the laws and the new laws and the surveillance that is going on about you and all of your information. But if you want to sit up and pretend like any of this is your personal fight, then you are going to be doomed. When you sit up and are so ignorant to what the fight is, you're going to open your doors and you're going to get exactly what you deserve because of your own personal ignorance. Well, let's continue.
This is relatively new territory. It must be conveyed as a crisis alongside and equal to issues such as climate change, money, and politics, which it absolutely is. There's also a lot we can do individually to combat the peripheral data collected by private alongside and equal to issues such as climate change, money, and politics.
Now, I talked to you about J.D. Vance's master plan for Citizens United 2.0 earlier this week. If you don't think that this is your fight, if you don't think that J.D. Vance started a lawsuit to enable billionaires to give directly to candidates and also push forward the agenda that the candidates are running on, that they no longer have to give to a super PAC and where they can give money anonymously. If you don't know that, you don't even know what the fight is while you talking about this ain't your fight.
It absolutely is. There's also a lot we can do individually to combat the peripheral data collected by private, large-scale tech platforms, such as social media, online shopping, and general computer use. While this goes beyond the full scope of the video, we can limit our footprint, avoiding the gold mine we create for corporations that are contrary to normal people's existence, using open source software, refusing to use tech platforms that make you the center product, or, if you must, poison their data sets. Never use real names, give false addresses, make their data completely inoperable. As individuals, we can still control what data private entities collect from us. In theory, we can destroy the very fabric that makes corporations such as Google profitable. What is more difficult is a state-ran, centralized database, though. Digital hygiene and individual habits don't equally apply here. There will need to be collective pressure, and we will have to work together. But it's up to us, whether or not we will approach these challenges with a cynical...
It's up to us. It is everyone's fight. Now, let me share with you. I have two more things that I want to share with you. I'm just trying to give you information. Hey, Kimby. Good afternoon. Kimby, you must be across the pond, as it were. Let's talk about Donald Trump, Peter Thiel, and the technocrats. If you are not familiar with the technocrats, let's familiarize ourselves with them.
Thank you very much. Wow.
Donald Trump's second term is off to a controversial start, with his supporters celebrating his executive orders to free Ross Ulbricht, end funding for schools requiring COVID-19 injections, calling for releasing the JFK, MLK, and RFK files, and ending support for U.S. aid.
But not the Epstein files.
Okay, that solves that problem.
However, while the MAGA movement cheers Trump for moving at a rapid pace, many of his supporters appear to be turning a blind eye to the influence of Peter Thiel and the other technocrats. Who is Peter Thiel and what is a technocrat? Let's dive in. In the early 20th century, a movement began to develop around a political theory known as technocracy, a system wherein management of governments is handled by technical experts, often involving technology-focused solutions. Early proponents of technocracy claimed that the concept would lead to better management of resources and the protection of the planet. However, this system of governance by technological experts and their technology would also involve a loss of privacy, as well as centralization of power and the management of all human behavior. Although the term appears to have been largely forgotten, the technocratic philosophy and influence can be seen everywhere in our modern digital world.
Sounds familiar? Does any of this sound familiar? This is not new, but now it's on a sure footing and in engulfing all of us, if we choose to or not. Let's continue.
Already beginning to arrive at the huge civic auditorium, where a large receptive audience turned out to hear Howard Scott as he warned of an impending crisis in America's domestic and foreign affairs.
One of the most influential proponents of technocracy was a man named Howard Scott, a writer who founded the Technical Alliance in New York City in 1919. Scott believed that business owners lacked the necessary skills and data to reform their industry, and thus, control should be handed over to engineers. The technocrats publicized their vision of a centrally planned world via books, speeches, clubs, and political parties. This resulted in a brief period of popularity in the US and Canada in the years following the Great Depression. As politicians and economists searched for a solution to the financial calamity, the technocrats imagined a world where politicians and business owners were replaced with scientists, engineers, and other technical experts who would manage the economy. However, in the 1940s, mainstream interest in the technocracy movement seemed to dissipate. The ideas that underpinned the technocratic vision received a notable endorsement in 1970 when political scientist Zbigniew Brzezinski released his book, Between Two Ages: America's Role in the Technotronic Era. Brzezinski will be familiar to long-term researchers of the ruling elite. Until his death in 2018, Brzezinski was a diplomat who ran in the same circles as David Rockefeller and former Secretary of State and accused war criminal Henry Kissinger. Brzezinski served as advisor to several presidents, from Jimmy Carter to Barack Obama. He was also a member of the Atlantic Council, the National Endowment for Democracy, and the Council on Foreign Relations. Although Brzezinski's book Between Two Ages substituted the term technotronic for technocratic, the depiction of the future is the same: a world in which the scientific and technological elite centrally plan the lives of all humanity. Essentially, Brzezinski's vision is a technologically advanced, authoritarian-style collective.
Where do you think you are in that plan? Where do you think your black ass, your brown ass is in that plan? Where do you think you figure in their plan?
Wherein individual liberties are subordinated to the apparent needs of the collective. When we examine the world of 2025, we clearly see the signs of technocratic influence. For example, we can see this influence in the wealthiest companies and the most influential CEOs. These individuals are running companies that have amassed large amounts of financial wealth, as well as unfathomable amounts of digital data on all of their customers. From Jeff Bezos at Amazon, Bill Gates of Microsoft, Mark Zuckerberg at Facebook, Elon Musk of Tesla and SpaceX, we can see the technocratic ideology. These men and their colleagues in various technological industries wield immense power through their companies, wealth, and cultural influence. These individuals have enough money, resources, and connections to shape elections, geoengineer the climate, and cause dips in the stock market, to name a few examples. They are the technocratic class of 2025. Who is Peter Thiel? Peter Thiel is the infamous co-founder of Palantir, the private surveillance firm with a long history of involvement and collaboration with the CIA. Thiel is also a steering committee member of the Bilderberg Group, the infamously secretive group which represents the interests of the hidden ruling class. In the second Trump administration, Thiel's influence is more visible than ever as numerous associates and acolytes of his are set to play various influential roles. Thiel has a long history of supporting the two-time president.
Tonight, I urge all of my fellow Americans to stand up and vote for Donald Trump.
An examination of Donald Trump's cabinet reveals many connections to Thiel. Vice President J.D. Vance. Despite not giving directly to the 2024 campaign, Thiel has gained well-deserved scrutiny for his role in financing the rise of Vice President J.D. Vance. Vance, the 40-year-old former senator from Ohio, was in attendance at former COO of PayPal David Sachs' June 24 fundraiser for Trump. According to two people with knowledge of the exchange, during this June event, Trump informally polled the room regarding who he should choose for vice presidential running mate. David Sachs and others in attendance all told Trump he should choose Vance. Elon Musk also reportedly encouraged Trump to pick Vance. And a few weeks later, at the 2024 Republican National Convention, that's exactly what Donald Trump did. Thiel and Vance have an extensive relationship. Vance claims that after hearing Peter Thiel deliver a speech at Yale Law School in 2011, he was inspired to pursue a career in big tech firms. He started as a junior investor with the Thiel-backed Mithril Capital in 2016. Vance briefly worked at biotech firm Circuit Therapeutics, a move which then CEO Frederick Moll told the New York Times was, quote, a favor to Peter. In 2019, Vance would found his own venture firm, Narya Capital, with financial backing from the former CEO of Google, Eric Schmidt, the billionaire investor Mark Andreessen, and of course, Peter Thiel. When Vance announced his run for Ohio Senator, Peter Thiel was there and gave $15 million to the campaign. With this money, Vance was able to secure a victory, and within 2 years, he was on the way to the White House with the full support of Peter Thiel and the technocrats. Elon Musk. While Musk is a powerful and influential technocrat in his own right, he and Thiel have their own history of collaboration. Musk and Thiel have been friends for more than 2 decades, and both men received massive financial wealth from their co-founding of PayPal. Thiel has also been a prominent investor in Musk's various ventures, including Neuralink. Musk and Peter Thiel also co-founded America PAC as their vehicle to support Trump's return to the White House. As promised, Trump nominated Musk to lead the Department of Government Efficiency. And while the idea of reducing government waste and increasing efficiency is an appealing proposition, it should also be noted that Musk's talk of efficiency is reminiscent of the little-known efficiency movement, which predated the more well-known technocracy movement. The efficiency movement sought to identify and eliminate waste in all areas of economy and society and to develop and implement best practices. Supporters of this movement included which predated the more well-known technocracy movement. The efficiency movement sought to identify and eliminate waste in all areas of.
I challenge any of you to go back to my homepage and look at how many times I have used this from my thumbnail trying to give you this information. The rich sit floating on the backs of all the poor. I don't know how many times I've showed you guys this. I'm surprised to see this here. I didn't know that it was here, but you have been getting the warning and the messages from me.
Economy and society, and to develop and implement best practices. Supporters of this movement included Andrew Carnegie and John D. Rockefeller. Is the goal of Trump and Musk to make government more efficient to serve the people?
We're going to make the future good. We're going to make it good.
Or is the goal to finally fulfill the dream of the original technocrats and eliminate the political and business classes in favor of machines, artificial intelligence, central planning, and managing society? David Sachs. Sachs is most well known for his involvement in the early days of PayPal, serving as the COO with Thiel as the CEO. He is considered a member of the so-called PayPal Mafia, a name given to the founders of PayPal, who later founded numerous tech companies, including Tesla, LinkedIn, Palantir, SpaceX, YouTube, and Yelp. In June 2024, it was Sachs who hosted a fundraiser for Trump at his home in San Francisco. It was this dinner where the billionaires told Trump he should choose Vance as his running mate. Shortly after his victory in the 2024 election, Trump rewarded Sachs for his loyalty by appointing him as the AI and crypto czar. In this position, Sachs is expected to greatly influence the U.S. government's policies on cryptocurrency and the advancement of AI.
Understand that cryptocurrency is still unregulated by your government. So he has free reign, free will to do whatever he chooses to do. And look at how many billions 45, 47 have garnered based upon this unregulated business.
Howard Lutnick. Howard Lutnick is the CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald investment firm and has become a vocal proponent for Bitcoin in the last couple years. Trump recently nominated him to be U.S. Commerce Secretary. Lutnick is also an investor in Strive Asset Management, which was founded by Vivek Ramaswamy. Peter Thiel, the Founders Fund, and JD Vance's Narya Capital also contributed to Strive's $30 million funding round.
Vivek Ramaswamy got his Christian right wake up call. Vivek Ramaswamy thought that he was going to go out and do a kind of like a Charlie Kirk thing, and those white boys told him, "Who are you to think that you are going to be governor of Ohio with your fake God? Aren't you Buddhist or something?" They said there is no other God. You're worshiping a false God, and basically told him to go back where he came from. They wanted to talk religion with Vivek Ramaswamy and told him that because he was not a Christian, that no, your help is no longer needed here. You were a useful tool, and we're done with you. If you haven't seen that, sure did.
Lutnick is also part owner of video platform Rumble, founded by Chris Pavlovski. In December 2021, Pavlovski announced his intention to take Rumble public by combining forces with CF Acquisition Corp., a division of Lutnick's Cantor Fitzgerald. Lutnick was also formerly a neighbor to Jeffrey Epstein in New York City and raised millions of dollars for Hillary Clinton's 2016 presidential campaign. Lutnick has spoken at the World Economic Forum's various meetings as far back as 2016 and as recently as January 2023. Jim O'Neill. Donald Trump has appointed Jim O'Neill as Deputy Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services. O'Neill has extensive connections and collaborations with Peter Thiel. O'Neill worked at two of Peter Thiel's funds, Clarium Capital and Mithril Capital Management, from 2012 to 2019. In 2010, he co-founded Peter Thiel's Thiel Fellowship. He also worked as the CEO of the Thiel Foundation from 2009 to 2012. From 2019 to July 2021, O'Neill was the CEO of SENS Research Foundation, an organization focused on rejuvenation. The SENS Foundation received its initial funding from Peter Thiel in 2006 and 2008, a fact that should come as no surprise given Thiel's own interest in fighting aging using the blood of the young. Ken Houry. Trump named Ken Houry as his pick for the U.S. ambassador to the Kingdom of Denmark. Houry previously served as a U.S. ambassador to Sweden. The connections between Houry, Peter Thiel...
Is that why Peter Thiel looks like a forever peeling snake about the face? The blood of the young. This is who is in high places in the United States government. And this is how they got to be in high spots in the United States government. I just want you to understand.
And the World Economic Forum run deep. Apparently, Trump sees these connections as a net positive. Houry was another PayPal co-founder with Thiel. The pair also co-founded the venture capital fund, Founders Fund. In March 2012, the World Economic Forum named Houry as a member of the Young Global Leader Program. He is also a member of the selection committee for the World Economic Forum's Technology Pioneers Program. Houry may have been selected for the role of ambassador to Denmark to help Trump fulfill his goal of annexing Greenland. Denmark has administrative control over Greenland as part of its kingdom. It's interesting that Trump's calls for purchasing Greenland and making it part of the United States literally mirror the original technocrats' plan for the tech-native America, including Mexico, Canada, and Panama as well. Jacob Hellberg. Jacob Hellberg was appointed to the Undersecretary of State for Economic Growth, Energy, and the Environment. Hellberg donated $2 million to Donald Trump's 2024 presidential campaign. He is an ardent supporter of Israel and a former supporter of Democrats who has said that his shift to Trump was a result of Democrats becoming, quote, anti-Israel. Hellberg is also a senior advisor to Palantir Technologies, the private surveillance firm co-founded by Peter Thiel. Hellberg is also a senior advisor to Alex Karp, Peter Thiel's co-founder and current CEO of Palantir Technologies, and a fellow Bilderberg steering committee member. Donald Trump has named Michael Kratsios to serve as a science advisor and director of the White House's Office of Science and Technology Policy. Kratsios was the first Trump administration's policy specialist on artificial intelligence, drones, quantum computing, and cybersecurity. Kratsios worked for two of Peter Thiel's funds, Thiel Capital and Clarium Capital. It is abundantly clear that the second Trump administration is stacked with allies of Peter Thiel, the technocrat and steering committee member of the Bilderberg Group. One final point worth noting relates to Palantir's blind support for Israel and the Zionist cause. In November 2023, Palantir issued a letter to shareholders that stressed the company's support for Israel's quest to ethnically cleanse Palestinians. Quote, "We are one of the few companies in the world to stand up and announce our support for Israel, which remains steadfast. Palantir stands with Israel." Thiel has also made it clear he will not interfere in Israel's crimes and has no qualms supplying technology which leads to civilian deaths. First, in January 2024, Palantir partnership with the Israeli Defense Ministry to supply technology for the genocide. In May 2024, protesters accused Thiel of complicity in genocide, blocking his vehicles for over an hour while he was speaking at the Cambridge Union. Over 200 students gathered outside the Cambridge Union, attempting to drown out Thiel's talk. When Thiel was directly questioned about his support of Israel and their use of AI technology to murder humans, he gave a rambling non-answer.
So what do you think about the use of artificial intelligence or Lavender by the IDF in identifying Hamas targets? And secondly, do you agree with Elon Musk about that the population decline is a risk for humanity?
Look, I'm not, without going into all the, I'm not on top of all the details of what's going on in Israel because my bias is to defer to Israel.
Given that Thiel and company are willing to turn a blind eye to the crimes of Israel.
What? What? So this is not your fight. This is who is running your government as well. All of the agencies in your government. And you think this ain't your fight? You think that because you voted for Kamala Harris, you have no more fights to fight? Okay.
It should come as no surprise that Trump's second cabinet is stacked with former and current associates of Thiel's who also share the zeal for Zionism and technocracy. While these troubling facts may be disturbing to MAGA, these connections need to be questioned. If we are ever to defeat the so-called deep state, we must commit ourselves to opposing techno-tyranny, no matter which political party, politician, or billionaire is promoting it.
But Negroes think that they have no more fight. Negroes don't, who unquestionably don't know shit about what's going on in the real world and the things that can affect them and how they live their lives, think that they have nothing else to fight. Let me share this with you. The man behind the American oligarchy.
I'll vote for Trump. I'll still be less involved.
Did I play this? I don't know if I played this.
You hold a gun to my head. I'll vote for Trump. I'll still be less involved.
Did I play
In this video, we will talk about how Peter Thiel, a psychopath, God complex freak, has impacted our entire country, helping win the presidential election, and is even affecting the entire world. Every movie villain has a backstory. In real life, the villains more often than not have a road paved by gold, while slave labor builds their entire net worth brick by brick. Of course, they take credit for every single achievement. They spend their actual time to fight any pushback in the system to make sure no lowly peasants reaches their level of success. To be a sick individual, it's gotta start early, and for Peter Thiel, it does. He was born in Germany and then moved to Ohio, and everything bad comes out of Ohio, except my savior LeBron James, of course. His corruptness started when his engineering father, Klaus, moved them to apartheid South Africa. So I've been editing this video.
So, do you wonder what Elon Musk and Peter Thiel have in common? Apartheid South Africa
was the second most spoken language in the region they were in, which, as you could guess, he was not a Nazi. A large amount of Nazis moved because of Klaus, his father. I've come to realize that he's from the Nazi party. He moved because the Nazis lost the war, and he was
a Nazi. A large amount of Nazis moved to South Africa after the war, so much so that German was the second most spoken language in the region they were in.
Which, as you could guess, he was not moving to South Africa to be oppressed, but to do the oppressing and make money off of slavery. There's another rich freak out there who learned how to oppress folks from South Africa, and sadly, we all know him. Elon Musk, the king of failing upwards, who we will talk about later in this video, because the dynamic of their relationship is really weird. More on that later. Peter Thiel is white, so he went to private schools in South Africa that were whites only, and we'll see how he feels about black people later in his career. His father in South Africa got
Well, wait a minute. We black people, we have no more fight. As this who is running our government with intelligence that can hunt you down and blow you away. We have no fight. We voted for Harris.
the government contracts and started mining uranium. And by him mining, I mean he was using slavery of the African people to mine these materials for the South African, Israeli, French, and Chinese government to build atomic bombs. And I'd say at such a young age.
So, at a point in America where they don't see it fit to feed the poor, what do you think that they have in plan for the poor Americans as they take all of the jobs and opportunity and steadily increase prices on energy, on water, on food to the American people? What do you think they have in store for American people? Let's continue.
This is probably how Peter Thiel became demented, because the Africans that were working had no clue they were even building a uranium mine.
The magic of uranium stems from its property of radioactivity. It is this same property.
So the risk of radiation, yeah, they were never even told about them. There's quotes from that time period that said the workers were dying like flies, and the people that were running the entire operation knew. It was so bad that the white folks that would pay these workers would do it behind glass, so they didn't get any radiation poisoning.
Of radon and its daughters is inhaled. Many radon daughters are retained in the lungs, where their decay and release of alpha particles can damage living tissue. The hazard is, therefore...
Speaking of poisoning his workers, there's a famous quote that is, "You can even see apartheid from space," because when looking at apartheid South Africa, the workers' homes were always near the radiation, while the rich white folks' homes would be built on the mountains so no radiation would get blown into their neighborhoods. And obviously they did this because they were just poor labor class and their lives meant nothing to them. So his father was your usual scum taking advantage of the apartheid system and slavery. Would you be surprised if I told you the apple does not fall far from the tree? Eventually, Peter and his family moved to California to run a gold mine. He spent the rest of his time growing up in California, and because Peter got private education, he was very smart and always did well in school. In college, he ended up at Stanford, but because he wasn't socializing much, the boy was awkward and he had no social skills. You better believe if he was growing up today, he would be in the conservative pipeline quoting Fresh and Fit and Andrew Tate. Just like any other social skill lacking rich white guy, he joined the College of Republicans. His classmates from that time were asked, my light fell off the wall.
A quick thank you to our sponsor, which is me, because I barely have any subscribers. But if you find this video interesting, please like and subscribe so one day I can make that video.
His classmates later on in life were asked what they remember about him, and they remembered him saying the whole apartheid thing wasn't that bad and it was overblown. His first real step into the public eye was writing his book called The Diversity Myth, written by Peter Thiel and David Sachs, who was a venture capitalist who was also born in South African apartheid. David Sachs and Peter Thiel have been in many partnerships and ventures together even to this day. In his book, The Diversity Myth, he blames women for rape and discussed how higher education was increasing multiculturalization and this would harm the future of America.
He said that he blamed women for rape. He said that women had after sex regrets, and thus that what was rape was. Women who later regretted having intercourse with men, and thus cried rape. Okay, so what do you think that these people have in store for the American people, black and brown people, who said apartheid wasn't so bad? A rich white person living in apartheid South Africa, said it wasn't that bad. So if he, as a white person, doesn't think it was that bad and is controlling all of America, what bad is in store for non-white Americans? But this ain't your fight. Okay.
Just wanted to be around a bunch of white guys 24/7. Peter ended up getting his law degree and tried to walk that road, but gave it up because when you're rich, you can just give up law. And then tried to trade stocks and failed miserably and gave that up too. After that, he went to daddy and relatives and pulled together $1 million to start a hedge fund in the late 1990s. Because we can all just find $1 million to start our own hedge fund. Now, if you ask me, this is a good old-fashioned American hard-working guy who did it all on his own with no help from anyone. Within his hedge fund, he lost almost $100K immediately. However, remember, he was in California, he was in the Bay Area, he was in the right place at the right time and was able to capitalize off the dot-com boom. This is when his life actually starts to get interesting. He invested in FieldLink, which was a technology created by Max Levchin, who was an actual coder and created a way for people to transfer money between Palm Pilots. I'm not sure how many people are even old enough to remember what Palm Pilots are, but they're like the iPhone before the iPhone. FieldLink later changed the name to Cofinity, which most people have probably never heard of. Out of this company spawned something that most people have heard of, which is the system they use to make secure payments. That is PayPal. One of the main reasons he decided to invest and make PayPal was because he thought it could be turned into an alternate currency to take down the US government. Another quick note on PayPal, Thiel and Levchin, they employed no women and were proud of denying a candidate who said he enjoyed playing hoops instead of basketball. Sure, you could guess the reason for that. But back to Cofinity, this company was still only able to make payments between Palm Pilots, but literally in the building next door was the company X. Yes, there was a company named X, and you can probably tell where this is going. Company X was trying to do the exact same thing except across all phones. That company was ran by none other than Elon Musk. And this is where their relationship begins. Musk and Thiel decided to partner up to bring this technology to all devices. Even back then, Elon Musk was a madman. He had aspirations to make PayPal so big that no one could stop them, and they did this by paying people to sign up for PayPal. Were paying people to sign up for their product. Eventually, their user base became massive, with most of their payments coming from porn and gambling. They decided to shift into taking a small percentage of every payment that went through their app. Banks and other partners were not happy about this. Elon's idea actually worked. The company had grown so much that they became untouchable. Their partners in the banks just had to accept it. Elon Musk partnering up with Peter Thiel ended up having its own risks. Thiel and his rich, backstabbing snake board members of PayPal, which they called themselves the PayPal Mafia, decided to boot Elon Musk when he was on vacation with his first wife. Back then, Elon called it a coup, and he would later say in an interview he was so furious that he had thoughts of assassination. But of course, Elon has no spine, so eventually he came back to Thiel and said, "I'm sorry, Daddy, for being rude," which was the smartest thing he could do because eventually Thiel would come to the rescue and save him. One of the most important parts of the PayPal situation was how Peter Thiel managed to stack $5 billion of straight cash in a Roth IRA account. The Roth IRA account was created for low and middle class Americans to try and stow away money for retirement. But of course, these...
So how, if it's for low and average income Americans, how did he stow away $5 billion? Okay, let's continue.
Freak billionaires found every way to take advantage of it. In Thiel's case, he forced the PayPal board to give him money to buy stocks in the company pre-IPO, which is before they go public, and then also took money from his own Roth account to buy over 500,000 stocks, which was illegal if you controlled the company, but at the time, he didn't. He found the loophole. Thiel was a trendsetter at this. Him and many other rich people took advantage of this system. In the coming years, Congress loosened the laws on this, so Thiel repeated this multiple times with multiple different companies. Any gains made in Roth IRA accounts are not taxed, so he will have access to that account with $5 billion when he turns 59. Peter Thiel.
Untaxed. So is this how billionaires are getting away with corruption? Let's continue.
Is 57. Back to the main storyline. Eventually, PayPal was bought out by eBay for $1.2 billion. Elon made a lot of money selling PayPal, and he decided to start funding SpaceX. SpaceX was burning through cash, and eventually got to the point where Elon couldn't fund it anymore. He didn't have the money to do the fourth launch. His company should have been cooked, but here comes the same man he said he wanted to assassinate to the rescue. Thiel and friends gave Elon Musk $20 million and allowed him to successfully launch his fourth rocket.
And then who else gave him when he was about to go bankrupt, shooting up these three rockets, trying to shoot up these three rockets, and then who comes rolling in with of your tax dollars as welfare for this billionaire? None other than your United States government.
After this successful launch, the government gave him a $1.6 billion contract. And Thiel's investment.
However, poor people are not going to get SNAP benefits, and children, disabled, elderly. Okay, let's continue.
Company now owns 10% of SpaceX. Thiel's connections don't stop there. He was also an early investor in YouTube, LinkedIn, and he was the first outside investor of Facebook in 2004.
So people on YouTube, I think that YouTube is their business. These idiots are talking about YouTube, their YouTube channel being a business. People who have no idea what business is. What it means to actually operate a business are saying their YouTube channel is a business as they sit back and beg for money from you. That's their business, begging for you to supply their everyday needs, telling you it's their birthday 2 and 3 times a year, telling you what they're in the mood to eat and everything, and I would go over and get begging is their business. YouTube is not their business.
If you think about social media in terms of the algorithm, there's only one he doesn't have his hands in, and that's TikTok. But I want to say a very strong doesn't have his hands on it yet. I could go on and on about Thiel's history, but it's time to talk about how we see Thiel today. Because everything in what we are seeing today in conservative media is Peter Thiel, even Hulk Hogan. Peter Thiel secretly funded Hulk Hogan's lawsuit against a media platform called Gawker. They released a sex tape of Hulk Hogan a while back, and he ended up winning $160 million from that lawsuit and bankrupted that entire company. This is more ridiculous than anything else. We see Hulk Hogan on stage with Trump. There is no way that these things don't have correlation. Let's go over a list of companies that Peter Thiel has ownership in right now. He owns LinkedIn, SpaceX, Stripe, YouTube, Meta, Oculus, Lyft, Rumble, Airbnb, and the list goes on and on. Thiel is on the forefront of technology for the military and government contracts, one of the companies being Palantir Technologies. Palantir's first investor was the CIA. The CIA has a capital investment firm called In-Q-Tel, and Palantir as a whole racked up over $1.2 billion of investments from the US government alone. Now, I don't know if you remember,
but they can't feed the poor and the children.
But Thiel started PayPal to overthrow the government. Now his biggest investors in his company is the US government. This is very much like Elon Musk, two complete idiots that benefit from the government while trying to take down the government. It quite literally makes my brain hurt. Palantir is very active.
Elon Musk talking about government bureaucracy as he is the biggest welfare queen in government. Make that make sense. All of the people who have lost their jobs under this welfare queen, who is now demanding a $1 trillion payout from his company. Let's see who's going to ensure that he gets this $1 trillion.
With military equipment using AI to commit attacks based on what the AI believes to be threats currently being used on the Palestinians.
Depending upon what the AI deems to be a reason for attack, people were being attacked in Palestine. What do you think they got in hand in store for the American people that they don't even find fit to feed? Let's continue.
on what the AI believes to be threats currently being used on the Palestinians. This use of AI did not start last year. This has been going on since 2021 when Israel committed atrocities in Palestine. And back in 2021, Israel said that the use of this technology could be considered the first AI war. AI needs an insane amount of information and data to fuel itself, and there's no need to guess how Israel has gotten the data on Palestinians. Whistleblowers have come out saying that the NSA had provided Israel with raw data on phone records and emails from Palestinian Americans that would be in contact with their relatives in occupied territories. The NSA stated they are providing unfiltered texts and scripts of conversations that US citizens are having with their relatives directly to Israel. And this abuse of
So, why do you think that they gave ICE the technology to open up your phones, cameras, microphone, and all the information stored in your cell phone? Huh? But you don't, this ain't your fight.
power is how they were able to target Palestinians. The company is now saying it's currently developing an even more powerful AI targeting system. According to Palantir, Titan is a next-generation intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance ground station enabled by artificial intelligence. It has machine learning to process data received from space, high altitude, aerial, and terrestrial layers. Knowing that SpaceX owns Starlink, which is Elon's satellite company, and a quick reminder, Teal also owns a part of that, it would make sense how he has the capability to do all these things, and most likely under Trump with Elon's power, he's going to have zero restrictions on whatever he wants to do. Teal is not.
But you have a Negro sitting up, hopping up on panels, telling you that you are nothing, you are worthless, and that he is a programmer of AI and giving you the antiquated advice that you should go into AI as a what is this? What is this? As what is it? What is this bullshit that this motherfucker sits around and tell people that they should get into AI to program AI? What is this? A coder. You should put your children into coding AI. AI, which is coding itself upon its own prompts. He's saying that he is some elevated person in AI because AI could not operate without prompts. AI is prompting itself to go and find people that it has deemed enemies that need to be killed in these wars. But you think that these South Africans need this nigga talent to tell them, to prompt them about anything. And as you silly motherfuckers sit up and listen to this motherfucker who degrades you, a self-hating Negro who thinks he's degrading you with this outdated bullshit that he's talking to try to uplift himself, and he don't know shit about the world around him. Why do you think that Ronnie Q's mouth is Ronnie Q's name is always in his mouth? Because Ronnie Q gives you real information. But you have self-hating Negroes that you guys pay attention to based on the premise that this motherfucker has money. And what has this motherfucker told you that he would do? He will run, he will flee the United States with his alleged money. He will free the United States. You think they letting people free? You don't think that they can close the borders of the United States? You do not think that they can prevent people from fleeing the United States? If you have not already left the United States, if that is your plan, you better get while the getting is good. But why do you think that they have different private organizations that can you can apply for a visa and get your visas within hours. But how much do these visas cost? Between $200,000 and $300,000. You can get you a visas within hours. So a motherfucker trying to pretend like they have money, that they have options to get out of the United States, and it's not already out of the United States, is a motherfucking lying ass, fake ass fraud. See, this what we're living in now is not for people who pretend that they have means. What we're living in now is for motherfuckers who are going to fight. But like Public Enemy, what Malcolm X said, some people would rather switch than fight. You have a motherfucking punk ass, bitch ass motherfucker sitting up, popping up on panels, talking about what Ronnie Q produced as the facts that I'm giving is some AI stuff that I don't understand stuff, while he's telling you to put your children into coding. Make any of this make sense? Entertaining ignorant motherfuckers. But you can't accept real information. It just is astonishing how stupid some black people are. Who was that who said, if you want to keep information from some black people, put it in a book, because that's the last place that they will look. As these motherfuckers sit up and babble with each other about lies and what they heard and they said and this one said and they said, and can't give you any concrete facts. Cannot produce any citations or information of where they got this information from. That's why I drop my links. That's why I give you the actual information where I get this stuff from. Hold on one second.
Not just at the forefront of war overseas, but the leader in facial recognition in America. He was one of the early investors in Clearview AI in 2017. The tech world was worried that this technology would be used for weaponization of people on American soil. And sadly, they were correct. Teal has used AI facial recognition under Trump's first presidency to assist ICE to find immigrants. They used information from Palantir to find and target unaccompanied migrant children to abduct them from their families. And this is exactly how we saw kids ending up in cages. The mass deportation that Trump has talked about will be on the back of Teal's technology. And this time, there will be no one in power to stop him. And the reason why is because the people in power he put there. He has been involved in politics since 2007, although not successful early on, funding candidates like Ron Paul for president who failed, and then tried funding Meg Whitman for governor of California who also failed. He failed again in 2012, setting up a YouTube channel for Mitt Romney when he was running for president, and that time he spent $3.3 million in ads. Finally, Teal found success in 2016 during Trump's campaign. Teal was a prominent figure and speaker tokenizing himself of being a proud gay man in the Republican Party. I'm sure the conservative men that were crashing the Grindr apps were also feeling very inspired to speak their truths. This is where the success really begins. His power within politics would skyrocket. He has now funded Ted Budd, Senator of Washington, D.C., Ted Cruz, Senator of Texas, Blake Masters, Senator of Arizona, Eric Schmidt, Senator of Missouri. He has funded these House of Representative numbers: Tom Cole, Mike Gallagher, Harriet Hagman, Brian Harrison, Joe Kent, Kevin McCarthy, Chris Stewart, Michael Waltz, Patrick Witt. And one of the most important ones is Vice President J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance, without Peter Thiel, is just some big-head, chubby-faced, misogynistic nerd living in Ohio, but with Thiel's help, he rose to riches. J.D. Vance, prior to getting involved in politics, decided to open a venture capitalist firm. Can you guess who gave the seed money to start it? It was none other than our boy, Peter Thiel. After that, Vance...
Okay, so we saw that portion. I wanted to share that with you. I want to share two more things with you. The link is in my description box. Thank you for hanging in there with me, Kim. Now, I have two more things I want to share with you. This is just a short piece that I'm going to share with you. OpenAI scientist warns you have no idea what's coming. This guy, he was speaking at a graduation in Canada. The link is in my description box if you want to hear what he has to say. But here we go.
Solve the problems that will come up. That's going to be the main thing.
I really want you to hear this next one that's coming behind him as well. So I'm just going to play a little of this. The link is in the description box.
So that was Ilya's view. But to understand the full debate, I want you to watch this interview clip of Eric Schmidt, where he talks about a much broader impact of AI on human lives in the coming years. Watch this.
Okay, so we believe as an industry that in the next 1 year, the vast majority of programmers will be replaced by AI programmers.
In the next 1 year, the vast amount of AI programmers will be replaced by what? AI programmers. As a stupid, silly nigga is up here telling you to put your children into AI coding. And because he is above that, he is a program. He programs the code. Okay, so let's understand when silly niggas get up on panels to try to tell you that Ronnie Q don't know what she's talking about. And he absolutely facilitates no understanding about any type of facts because, in fact, he has no idea what he's talking about.
We also believe that within 1 year, you will have graduate level mathematicians that are at the tippy top of graduate math programs. There's lots of reasons to think this is going to happen. This is the consensus. You go, okay, well, that's pretty interesting. Now, I can't do that kind of math. Very few people can do that math. How can the computer do that math better than anybody else? To some degree, it's because math has a simpler language than human language. So the way these algorithms actually work is they're doing essentially word prediction. So you take a sentence, you take a word out, and then it learns how to put the correct word back in. This is called the loss function. And it's optimized to do that at a scale that's unimaginable to us as humans. So you do the same thing for math. But there you use a conjecture and then a proof format through a protocol called Lean. In programming, it's pretty simple. You just keep writing code until you pass the programming test. So strangely, the first question I always ask programmers is, what language do you program in? And the correct answer is it doesn't matter. Because you're trying to design for an outcome, you don't care what code is generated by the computer. This is a whole new world, okay? So that's 1 year, okay? What happens in 2 years? Well, I've just told you about reasoning, and I've told you about programming, and I've told you about math. Programming plus math are the basis of sort of our whole digital world. So the evidence and the claims from the research groups in OpenAI and Anthropic and so forth is that they're now somewhere around 10 or 20% of the code that they're developing in their research programs is being generated by the computer. That's called recursive self-improvement, is the technical term. So what happens when this thing starts to scale? Well, a lot. One way to say this is that within 3 to 5 years, we'll have what is called general intelligence, AGI, which can be defined as a system that is as smart as the smartest mathematician, physicist, artist, writer, thinker, politician, maybe not in the same level, but you get the idea. Just the creative industries and so forth, but imagine that in one computer. Okay, well, that's pretty interesting. I call this, by the way, the San Francisco consensus, because everyone who believes this is in San Francisco. It may be the water. What happens when every single one of us has the equivalent of the smartest human on every problem in our pocket? So it means you have the best architect when you have an architecture problem. Another thing that's going on is the development of agentic solutions. And agents are referred to systems that have input and output in memory, and they learn. An example here is that I want to buy another house. I happen to like Virginia. I grew up in Virginia. I say, find me a house in the greater McLean area. Look at that's one agent. Look at all the rules, figure out how big a house I can build. That's another agent. Do the transaction to buy the land. That's another agent. Design the house with a human architect. right? But sort of ignore them for most of the thing, but they have to sign it off, and then I approve it, and then find the contractor, right? Hire the contractor, pay the bills, and at the end, sue the contractor for lack of performance. Okay? Now, I just gave you the stupidest possible explanation. I just described every business process, every government process, and every sort of academic process in our nation.
So it isn't just the programmers that are going to be out of work. We're all going to be out of work.
No, that's not a consequence. I'll come to that. But the reason I want to make the point here is that in the next year or two, this foundation is being locked in, and we're not going to stop it.
In the next year or two, we are not going to have to go to in the next year or two, we're not going to have to go through a human being to do any of these things. Year or two. No time to have your children go into coding. So let's continue.
It gets much more interesting after that. Because remember, the computers are now doing self-improvement. They're learning how to plan, and they don't have to listen to us anymore. We call that.
So, this Negro who tells you to put your child in coding because they are actually doing the inputting. They are above and beyond, but they cannot create no songs worth hearing on their AI generated music channel that they're trying to promote by different black sector YouTubers by coming up to have them go listen to that trash shit that they are creating on AI. But they want you to believe that Ronnie Q is using AI. Make any of this make sense? Someone whose whole channel is designated and dedicated to using AI horrible made music wants you to believe that they're giving you sound advice. Be careful where you take this advice from. Understand, computers are building upon themselves and don't need us. That is the problem. So if a motherfucker don't present to you the actual problem, what's going on, to try to make them seem like these right, these Christian right leaning people needs their black ass to do something in the United States. No, that's not true. Understand the facts that all of these low bottom people in the beef sector are trying to pull at one another to make themselves appear as if they are better than you. And when they are all in a slosh pit that everyone else is in. And until we open up our eyes to real information and real facts, and there will be no solution to this. All of this ain't my fight bullshit. Well, if you don't fight, you gonna die.
Superintelligence, or ASI, artificial superintelligence. And this is the theory that there will be computers that are smarter than the sum of humans. The San Francisco consensus is this occurs within 6 years, just based on scaling. Now, in order to pull this off, you have to have an enormous amount of power. I was here yesterday testifying about this.
You have to have an enormous amount of what? Of power. Not physical power, actual electric grids. So I have talked to you about all these data centers that are going up, plugging in to the regular man's electricity, while your power bills are rising to pay for all of this data that is needed, and you are paying for your own demise, while Elon Musk set up a data center in Memphis and is poisoning the air, running big generators that are meant to run whole cities. He's running 33 of them without even bothering to get a permit, and all of the exhaust is poisoning the air in Memphis. I told you months ago about this. Okay. Let the white man tell you. Maybe people will believe you when the white man tells you.
You know, and we need, like, I can talk at some length about how many gigawatts and how many nuclear power plants and all that kind of stuff we can talk about separately. This path is not understood in our society. There's no language for what happens with the arrival of this. I wrote a book on this with Henry Kissinger called Genesis, which, you know, I recommend, obviously, because I wrote
Available.
it. Available in your usual places. But the important point is, this is happening faster than our society, our democracy, our laws will address. And there's lots of implications. That's why it's underhyped. People do not understand what happens when you have intelligence at this level, which is largely free. That's the point.
How do we get ready for it?
Well, we start by talking about it. And by the way, on the jobs thing, everyone assumes that automation will eliminate jobs. If you look at the history of automation ever since the looms and in 300 years ago, the jobs are changed, but more jobs are created than destroyed. In this case, you'd have to convince me that this time is different. If you look in Asia, where they, for whatever reason, are choosing not to have children, the Asian reproduction rate is in the order of 1.0 or lower. So they're rapidly disappearing. So the Asian countries are very, very quickly automating. The tools that I'm describing will allow the few humans that will be working very hard in 30 or 40 years, if these trends continue.
So they'll be working very hard, but they don't say that you will be excelling in life. So the slaves worked very hard. The slaves are also were used to reproduce, so they would have a continuing free slave workforce. You hear all of this these qualms about the white race being depleted and they have to have more babies. Don't act like shit is being brand new. They're just tearing down the laws which your ancestors got up off of their ass and knew that that was something that they had to fight for, that you were born into, and you don't want to even fight for your own rights, much less the rights of your future, your children's future, your grandchildren's future. You want to sit up and beg on YouTube. Okay, let's continue.
The rest of us will be dependent on those hardworking humans. It'll make their productivity much greater.
Now, here's another clip of Eric Schmidt. Here, he shares much deeper concerns about upcoming AI technology. Watch this.
One way to think about the AI that you all know is think of it as language to language. You ask a question, the answer comes back. You ask a question, it can even write code. Nowadays, the models are multimodal. So for example, you can take a picture and say, tell me what's in this picture. Technically, there are APIs which allow one firm to call an OpenAI or Gemini API or Anthropic, et cetera, and do the classification of the picture and so forth. These are all tactics that increase the intelligence of the underlying system. There are three things going on right now this year, so less than the time frame you gave, which are really interesting. One is called infinite context windows. Infinite context windows means that you can keep feeding the answer back in as the question. So it allows you to do step-by-step planning. You know, how do I build a house? Well, the first is I have to find a contractor. I found a contractor. What do I have to talk to them?
Okay, I think he already covered that. Let me make sure I give you the link to this. I do believe it's in my description box, but just in case, I am going to drop this link in my chat so you can review that. Two more things, I swear. I keep on saying two more things, so I keep finding another thing. Two more things that I want to share with you. Let me see if this is it. Now, I want you to This is a presentation of how they don't want you to own anything. The man behind, no, the Blackstone situation. Now, this is a long video, but I want to get to the part where I believe it was in 2008, how Blackstone. Now, it's a whole detailing how Blackstone was a company that would go in and buy up companies that were suffering, and then put a whole lot of debt on them, kind of like they did. They give you the Toys R Us example, how they went in and bought up Toys R Us and said that Toys R Us needed to modernize to compete with Amazon and eBay and all of this type of stuff, and they loaded them down with the debt that it used, the amount of debt that it purchased them. That then became Toys R Us's debt, and Toys R Us was closed down within a year, and none of that debt that they used to purchase Toys R Us was these people that come in and raid companies that are failing. So now, Blackstone's is one of the largest renters in the United States. If you guys have been paying attention to me, I have been talking to you for a long period of time about these corporations going in and buying up houses, and they are getting so rich to the point that they are actually having housing developments built from the ground up, brand new whole housing developments, communities. They are having built from the ground up with the intent that they will never sell these houses. They will only rent these houses. They will only charge you for every little thing, as from paying your rent, from putting in a work order, not doing the work that needs to be done on these places that they are renting on, but continuously also raising your rent based upon metrics that they put together and say how the property value has gone up, and steadily pricing people out of housing. Okay, so I want to show you about Blackstone and where they started
homes
in
for
that.
pennies on the dollar, while Schwartzman framed this as Maria Rodriguez had lived in the same Phoenix neighborhood for 8 years. A single mother working 2 jobs, she barely managed her $1,200 monthly rent, but she was making it work. Her daughter had friends at the local school. Maria knew her neighbors. This was home. Then her landlord sold the property to Invitation Homes, a subsidiary of Blackstone. 6 months later, Maria received a notice. Her rent was increasing to $2,100 per month. When she called to negotiate, she was told it was market rate adjustment based on algorithmic pricing models. 3 weeks later, Maria and her daughter were homeless. Maria's
based on algorithms, not based on any facts, based on algorithms. This is what is going on in the United States. It is estimated that private equity firms own 40% of housing in the United States. Okay, let's get into this.
Story traces back to 2008 when Schwartzman spotted his biggest opportunity yet. The world is crumbling. The biggest names in high finance have just brought the global economy to its knees. The financial crisis devastated American families, but it was a goldmine for Blackstone. As millions lost their homes to foreclosure, Schwartzman created Invitation Homes and dispatched teams to buy foreclosed properties at rock-bottom prices. In markets like Phoenix, Las Vegas, and Atlanta, Blackstone bought tens of thousands of homes for pennies on the dollar. While Schwartzman framed this as restoring neighborhoods, others called it crisis profiteering. at its most sophisticated. In a single stroke, Blackstone becomes one of the largest residential landlords in the country. Once Blackstone owned entire neighborhoods, they implemented what they called operational optimization, a systematic playbook designed to extract maximum profit from its new class of tenants. A strategy that was so extreme that it triggered a rare and forceful condemnation from the United Nations. A UN specialist investigating global housing said,
"Every stone I looked under was a Blackstone."
Undue rent increases. The firm aggressively hikes rents, making housing unaffordable for existing tenants and reducing the stock of affordable housing in communities across the country. For Renita Barbie, a 52-year-old tenant in Atlanta, this meant her rent suddenly jumped by more than $800 per month, from $2,200 to $3,000. The next play is fee maximization. Late with rent by 1 minute? That's $95. Request a repair? Processing fee. Want to pay online? Convenience charge. A class action lawsuit accused Invitation Homes of fee stacking, designing every interaction to generate additional revenue. Maintenance minimization. Why spend money fixing problems when tenants have nowhere else to go? A Reuters investigation found tenants dealing with leaky pipes, vermin, toxic mold, and non-functioning appliances. Los Angeles tenants Cody Recker and Jessica Perez experienced this firsthand. When their Invitation Homes property needed major repairs, they agreed to move out temporarily. Instead of fixing the problems, Blackstone listed the unrepaired home for sale, leaving the couple homeless. Lastly, they use eviction as leverage. Blackstone became notorious for filing eviction notices over minor infractions. The UN called it a climate of fear, where families lived in constant anxiety about homelessness. The threat kept tenants compliant and generated legal fees. Through their B-REITs, or Blackstone Real Estate Income Trusts, the empire now controls daily life in ways most Americans don't realize. They own apartments, hotels, offices, and commercial properties where people live, work, and shop. From Hilton hotels to the Bellagio Resort to over 274,000 American homes, Blackstone has assembled a $325 billion real estate portfolio. Since 2008, Blackstone has perfected a simple strategy: identify undervalued properties during market disruptions, buy them cheap, implement improvements, then maximize rent extraction. As American house prices skyrocketed, Blackstone was there to profit, turning each crisis into opportunity. 12 years later, when COVID hit, Schwartzman's appetite for crisis profiteering hadn't diminished. As the global economy shuddered and uncertainty gripped real estate markets, Blackstone went on another buying spree, scooping up billions of dollars worth of homes. Internal communications revealed their predatory mindset. The Financial Times reported on a global call where Blackstone's head of real estate optimistically told staff they would soon resume evicting tenants as pandemic moratoriums expired. Investor documents celebrated that inflation was allowing them to jack up rents faster than the overall inflation rate. For Blackstone, a global pandemic that brought death and economic hardship to millions was just another market dislocation to exploit for profit. Maria Rodriguez's story reveals how private equity operates across the economy.
You will also find it interesting when he got out of he worked for Lehman Brothers and several other big banks prior to getting into private equity. One of the first industries that he tapped was the funeral industry. So I think I dropped a link to this video. I just want you to know how they are making it more for the difficult for the American people to survive, and making it easier for these billionaires to survive off your carcass. So this is the last thing I want to share with you. This is Democracy Now! The master plan, David Sciorta on the elite's plot to legalize corruption in the United States. If you are unaware, More Perfect Union does great news and interviews.
democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. The right's secret plan to help billionaires buy elections. That's the headline of a recent article by our next guest, David Sirota, editor-in-chief of The Lever. In the article, David writes about how 2 upcoming Supreme Court cases could turn the country into what he calls a kleptocracy. The article's based on Sirota's new book, Master Plan, The Hidden Plot.
Now, when was I live? I was live 2 days ago. I absolutely covered this myself. I want you to really get into this.
To legalize corruption in America. David's also has a new piece in The Nation on the New York mayoral race, the real lesson from Zohran Mamdani's ascent. David Sirota, welcome back to Democracy Now! Why don't you start off by talking about how you define the master plan?
I'm sorry, it's buffering. Oh, here we go.
We talked to you when you did the series of podcasts on it, The Hidden Plot to Legalize Corruption in America.
So we're immersed in corruption. You see it in the headlines every day. And I think there's this perception that this is a natural course of events in the sense of it's a force of nature. But what we unearth in the book, for the first time really ever, is the secret plan to make this kind of corruption that we're immersed in legal. A plan hatched in the early 1970s to begin deregulating the campaign finance system and narrowing and making essentially unenforceable the anti-bribery laws in America. It started with the Powell memo. There was a lot of organizing. This memo written by a soon-to-be Supreme Court Justice Lewis Powell, who urged a corporate investment and an oligarch investment in politics and media because he was afraid, and corporate America was afraid, of the rising tide of consumer protection laws and the like. And that out of that movement in the early 1970s came the...
God forbid we have laws to protect the consumer. Okay, these are the people who are getting jobs on the federal bench.
Movement to create court rulings and legal precedents equating money in politics, not with corruption, but with constitutionally protected speech, giving corporations those constitutional rights to spend in elections and buy elections, ultimately culminating in Citizens United. Meanwhile, a series of court rulings starting in the mid 2010s to overturn corruption convictions, to narrow the definition of bribery, leading up to now, as you alluded to in the intro, 2 cases at the Supreme Court, one spearheaded by Vice President J.D. Vance, to eliminate what...
I talked to you earlier about this. I've already covered this story. Your vice president is one of the people who spearheaded this suit.
What was left of campaign finance restrictions after Citizens United, and to further reduce the definition of bribery to make essentially quid pro quo transactions in politics legal. This is all part of a plan by a corporate movement that sees democracy, the government providing what people want, sees that as a threat and wants to turn the democracy from a one vote kind of democracy into a $1 kind of democracy where money is the decider.
But David, why do you call it a secret plan if it's basically a class or a group of people within a class clearly operating in their own interests?
That's certainly true. What we uncover in the book is from the Powell memo, this memo written by Lewis Powell, came never before revealed a series of meetings and task forces by the country's most powerful people. We're talking about executives at major media companies and Fortune 500 companies forming a task force to implement the Powell memo's demands that corporations invest in and essentially take over American politics. What you saw in the 1970s into the 80s and 90s was the implementation of what the Powell memo had called for. And it was not revealed. It was much of it was done in secret. We're talking about investments in motion pictures. We're talking about investments in media entities. We're talking about strategizing for how to implement and put loopholes into campaign finance laws. One of the first meetings that came out of the Powell memo, let me give you one example, was a meeting at
at Disney World, where they flew in Gerald Ford, who was soon to be the president, at a time when anti-corruption laws were moving through Congress after Watergate, and they ended up slipping in a loophole into that original campaign finance bill, which created the corporate PAC for the first time. And of course, from there, we get the rulings that I've just mentioned.
You also talk about the Mamdani campaign and a lot of the political pundits ascribing his success to his messaging and charisma. But you raise also the issue of how public financing of elections has made Mamdani's success possible as well.
And the overt Islamophobia against Mamdani is just open racism against this guy, in the amount of money that they have belatedly poured into Cuomo's campaign. The voting has already started in New York, and I hear that allegedly there the lead that Mamdani has shrank a little. But be clear that they are doing so many scare tactics and just blatant racist things against this Muslim socialist because he was able to collect from we the people surrounding and supporting his idea of making a New York City more affordable for people who live there. And you have billionaires pouring money into Cuomo's, even though Cuomo left his office in shame for allegedly harassing and touching and giving his staff, women on his staff, unwanted kissing and touching. They're pouring money to Cuomo, as opposed and Mamdani is getting his money from the people and have supported his campaign to the point that he won the Democratic primary against Cuomo, the same Cuomo who then decided he was going to run as an independent and kiss up under Donald Trump. And he's getting all of this money pouring in, and he still is behind Mamdani. So.
Yeah, to my mind, having worked on campaigns and having reported on political campaign finance, there's this debate, right? Did Zohran Mamdani ascend because of his charisma, his slick ads, his message? I think all of those were factors, but I don't think there really would be a Zohran Mamdani campaign without New York City's system of publicly financed campaigns, a system that offers candidates like Zohran Mamdani, any qualifying candidates, matching funds, public matching funds for their small donations. So we've seen a lot of oligarch money flow into the New York City mayor's race. The reason Mamdani has been able to run a well-resourced campaign is because of that public financing system, which gives a candidate like him access to resources that don't come with the demands of legislative favors. They are not private money donations that come from donors who want things from City Hall. So Mamdani, that system has given Mamdani enough money not to outspend his opponents, but to at least run a competitive campaign. And so I think people looking at that race, wondering what the takeaways are for democracy, how can we have more outside the system candidates who can stand up to billionaires and oligarchs and the like, they should be looking at New York City's public financing system as a replicable model in other cities and other states across the country.
If you can talk, David Sirota, about all the latest news, for example, the pardons of the Binance CEO and what this means for the Trump family. You have President Trump last Thursday pardoning the convicted founder of the cryptocurrency exchange Binance, Changpeng Zhao. He pleaded guilty in 2023 to enabling money laundering while he was CEO of Binance. According to the Wall Street Journal, Binance struck a business deal with World Liberty Financial, the Trump family crypto startup, which has generated $4.5 billion since Trump returned to office. And then there's a major Reuters expose, the U.S. president's family raking in more than $800 million from sales of crypto assets in the first half of this year alone. If you can explain how that fits into your description of a master plan.
For sure. I mean, this is really the culmination of it. Starting in the mid-2010s, there was a series of rulings. This is, if people remember, the Virginia Governor Bob McDonnell corruption case where he was convicted and the Supreme Court, the Roberts Court, intervened to overturn that conviction. That became the Chris Christie AIDS case, the Andrew Cuomo AIDS case, a bunch of corruption convictions that were overturned, culminating in last year's decision where an Indiana mayor was convicted on corruption for delivering a government contract and then getting a payment from the contractor afterwards. That conviction, corruption, was overturned. The court said that it wasn't bribery, it was a gratuity. So Trump is operating.
It wasn't a bribery. It wasn't bribery. It was a tip. You're allowed to give Ferraris, Louis Vuitton bags, and all of this, as what happened in Virginia with McDonald, where the Supreme Court overturned his cases. Now, this Republican Supreme Court, this is what they are overturning. So let's continue.
In a legal environment that has so narrowed down the definition of corruption to make it almost unprosecutable and unenforceable. So I think when we look at stories of Donald Trump, his business dealings in enriching himself through his position as president, we have to understand that they are knowingly operating inside of a legal environment that has made it almost impossible to prosecute bribery. And that was part of the plan to deregulate the campaign finance system and to reduce those bribery laws, because reducing those bribery laws and deregulating the campaign finance system essentially reduces the power of people. It rigs the democracy. How can Trump be held accountable if the highest court in the land essentially says that bribery is no longer a crime?
Okay, so I'm gonna be sure I drop this link. This link is right here for you. Let me drop that link. Yes, there's that link for you right there. This is what we're up against. One last thing I will share for you. I guess you guys wonder, why do you keep sharing this with us, Ronnie Q? Because it's information that may mean more to you as you understand what is going on in your government. Let me share this.
One of the most chilling clips I've ever heard. And just hold on and trust me, because it's not that chilling until you realize what it means.
The basic idea was that we could never win an election on getting certain things because we were in such a small minority. But maybe you could actually unilaterally change the world without having to constantly convince people and beg people and plead with people who are never going to agree with you through a technological means. And this is where I think
we don't have to worry about the vote. We don't have to worry about getting your vote. We're going to get connections and change things via technology. Let's hear this again, please.
I want to play for you one of the most chilling clips I've ever heard. And just hold on and trust me, because it's not that chilling until you realize what it means.
the basic idea was that we could never win an election on getting certain things because we were in such a small minority. But maybe you could actually unilaterally change the world without having to constantly convince people and beg people and plead with people who are never going to agree with you through a technological means. And this is where I think technology is this incredible alternative to politics.
That's tech billionaire and Republican megadonor Peter Thiel speaking at a Libertopia, a libertarian conference in 2010. He's basically saying that his political ideology is so unappealing that it'll never win elections. And that's one thing he's right about, because he's railed against women having the right to vote, complained so much about diversity, and written some really disgusting stuff about sexual assault and consent. But he knows that he can use technology as a unilateral alternative to politics, and that should really freak you out. Thiel is one of the co-founders and biggest investors in Palantir, a CIA-funded technology company that has contracts across the government for their data software. Here's their CFO speaking a few years ago.
We continue to advance our mission of becoming the U.S. government's central operating system as we extend our footprint across defense, healthcare, and civilian agencies.
And while both President Obama and Biden did sign Palantir contracts, President Trump is taking it way further. There are new contracts with ICE, something literally called Immigration OS, and the IRS. So 15 years ago, Peter Thiel, like the supervillain in a movie explaining his plan to the hero, admitted that he can use technology to get his ideas across when they're unpopular, completely subverting democracy. And today, one of his technology companies is gaining more and more power within the government, building the very systems our government relies on. And oh yeah, this is the CEO.
The central risk to Palantir and America and the world is a regressive way of thinking that is corrupting and corroding our institutions, that calls itself progressive, but actually, and is called woke, but is actually a form of a thin pagan religion.
If you're a progressive, if you have progressive values, meaning you just, care about other people, the CEO of the company building America's technological back end thinks of you as the central risk. He thinks of you as the enemy. Are these the people you want running the systems you rely on, or worse, the systems that surveil you? I want to play for you one of
Okay. Okay, that was More Perfect Union. I dropped the link in the chat. I gotta run. The dogs are getting testy, so I hope you guys enjoyed the program today. Do not eat cake. Understand the fight is not over. It could be over for you. It could be over for you. If you some people just want to lay down and die and let whatever happens to them, and ignore all of the things that are really going on in the world to hide behind dumb shit that is not going to affect them and how they live their lives. So I hope you guys enjoy the show, and I'll see you again the next time I'm on. It will probably be tomorrow. All right, bye-bye.